Good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. My name is Bruce Mullock. Panel members this morning are Aaron Cheng, Carl Nipfel, Sahir Bayat, and Larry Clay. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. All participants will automatically be muted on entry. When an item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Those attendees that have registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status when the item is being heard. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted time. At all other times, your video will be disabled, and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video present appearance. The moderator will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permission to extend or to alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on a particular application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and an email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and updates by email only. You may not agree with the decision of the committee. Decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Procedure. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the applicant or agent may proceed with their presentation if requested by the committee. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment to you as you are approaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and may be asked to make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised in order to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support of or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after that speaker has finished his or her presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that will mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have the minutes of the last meeting been confirmed by the members?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, for the July 27th hearing.
Thank you very much. We then shall need a motion to approve those minutes. I look to the panel member for a motion to approve. Mr. Nipfel, thank you. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Cheng. All those in favor, show of hands, please. And the motion is carried. The minutes are approved. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, all staff and panel members. Oh, pardon me. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
For this morning's session, yes. Item number 2, 11 Walmsley Boulevard.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Are there any declarations of interest by panel or staff with respect to this morning's? Seeing and hearing none. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any files to be closed?
See none for today.
Thank you. We will go now then to our agenda, item number 1. (703) Shaw Street. The materials which the panel is considering on this application are 2 form letters in support from the owners and occupants of 699 and 701 Shaw, received on the 8th of August. As well as those materials submitted by the applicant. There are presentation materials from the applicant dated 13 July. And there is a staff report from Urban Forestry from the 3rd of August. Moderator, do we have the applicant with us? Good. So we'll ask the applicant to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good morning. We are Maura Ferguson and Miguel Ramallo Santos.
Good morning to you. Panel members, anyone would like to have a presentation on this application, or does anyone have questions for the applicant? Not hearing any questions? Okay.
Chair, just a quick question. Just the only variance before us is soft landscaping. It's actually, yeah, soft landscaping. I just wanted to confirm that that's an existing condition.
That's a question for you, applicant.
Sorry, I'm not sure that I understand the question about the soft landscaping.
So the requirement is for 75% of your front yard to be soft landscaping. You're requesting a variance for 50%, but you're only really just redoing your front garage or front porch. So you're not actually constructing anything new in your front yard. That's going to take up more space in your front yard. Is that correct?
The front, we are reconfiguring the deck for increased safety, and so it's the stairs will come out a little bit further in the front than you can see in the pictures that we've submitted. But yes, we're not building any new construction. We are just reconfiguring the deck for increased safety.
Yeah, that's fine. That confirms what we're looking at. Thank you.
Applicant, there is quite a sharp focus on soft landscaping these days because of the intention that each property do its share of absorbing stormwater. And this is actually, we want Toronto to be a resilient place in terms of being able to withstand climate change and the heavy rains that can come and so on. So I will put the question to you. Is there anything that you could do to improve that 50% number to get it up to 55 or 60 even?
Just politely, I'd like to inform the committee that I have a training and background in landscape architecture, and increasing the softscaping in this front yard is a top priority for us. We plan on working with a landscape architect to increase the amount of vegetation, and we plan on planting things that will absorb more of rainwater that will hopefully not run off to the street and need to be dealt with by the city. So we plan on not having lawn, but having plant materials that are more beneficial than a lawn material would be.
Thank you. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Any further questions, panel, for the applicant? I'll look then to panel members for a motion then, please. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Sure, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application. I don't think there's going to be any negative consequences. The applicant is going to be putting more landscaping in. It's an existing condition. I think it's fairly straightforward, and I'll move a motion to approve, subject to forestry condition number 2.
Thank you for that.
Larry, would you consider a friendly amendment to tie it to 3 drawings that show the screening that they're proposing as well?
This is on the above the porch.
Yeah, there's 3 drawings that are very instructive. Their proposal is really well thought out, but drawings A001 and A102 and A300 all show screening, and I think that would be useful to have as an attachment to the approval.
Sure, I agree. I did note that on that street, many porches have balconies above it, so it seems to be a common feature on Shaw Street. So, yep, happy with that. I imagine the applicant is looking to have privacy themselves, so I think that makes sense.
Yeah. And I'd second the motion.
Okay. It is moved and seconded, therefore, to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion and approve the application. Panel moves along to item number 2, 11 Walmsley Boulevard. There is a request on this application for deferral. So, moderator, can we have the applicant join us, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Addison Milne Price, and I'm a planner at Design Plan Services, Inc. of 900 The East Mall, Suite 300, Toronto, M9B 6K2.
Good morning to you. Thank you. Okay, You've made a request to defer. Could you explain to us, please, why you want to do that?
Yes, thank you. As stated in my formal deferral request letter submitted on August 9th, a deferral will allow us to have more time to consult with transportation staff with respect to the conditions they recommended in the transportation report dated on August 3rd, 2022. Through discussions with transportation staff, we hope to update the plans and obtain a new zoning notice if required.
Okay, thank you for that. We do have, I'm just going to check with the moderator. Moderator, do we have one speaker standing by in opposition? We do, okay. All right, then the next item then is to speak with that person who has registered and is patiently standing by to speak to this application this morning and to gauge their feeling about this deferral request. So let's have that
Okay,
person join us. Good morning.
you can talk now, John.
Hello, can you hear me?
We do hear you.
Okay,
Yeah, just wondered, my name's John Phillips. This is my wife Esther. We're the neighbors to the east. Just wondered, transportation, what is the issue to be explored there?
Well, I'm not going to go into to that. Are you putting that question to the applicant? At this point, John and Esther, what we're not into discussion of the detail of the application. My question to you, and I should have stated this more clearly, my question to you is this: would you be in favor of allowing the application to be deferred? And for your information, Transportation Department has applied some conditions to a possible approval. The applicant wants to defer, he says, to discuss those with Transportation and try to figure them out. So would you be in favor of allowing a deferral for that reason, or would you rather hear the application now as it stands?
We have no objection to a deferral.
Okay, thank you. Okay then, let's go back to, we'll go back now to the panel. There we are, panel. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, I have no problem moving a deferral of this application. I would ask the applicant in the time that is being deferred, however, to be a little clearer on what's happening with the front deck. The documents before us are conflicting. In one drawing, A4, it says the existing stone porch is to be removed, and in A2 it says the existing porch is to remain. And I can't figure out what the habitable space that's being enclosed is. So if it's going to be deferred, maybe those points could be clarified and save us some time when it comes back, but I would move a deferral.
Okay, anyone to second that motion to defer? It is seconded, Mr. Chang. Moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor, please show your hands. And that vote is unanimous. It carries the motion. Application number 2 is deferred. Taking us along to item number 3, 998 Shaw Street.
And I'm on behalf of the homeowners on this application.
And on 998 Shaw, the materials before the committee are those submitted by the applicant, plus a revised site plan received on August 3rd. So, moderator, we'll have the applicant join us now by stating your name, please.
My name is Max Merchason.
Good morning to you. Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Panel members, any questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you clarify the difference between the site plan, original site plan, and the revised site plan?
So we tried to reduce a little bit the size to avoid more, the other. Sorry, sir, one second. I'm just trying to open the screen.
Take your time.
So, sorry. So we try to avoid more variances, and therefore we revised the site plan to reduce a couple of them. We had more variances originally.
So are the variances that are before us the current ones, or are you going to remove some of those?
No, the current variances are the final variances that were requested from the committee to be approved.
Okay, and the changes are
So
that the building's slightly smaller, is that correct?
Yeah, so we reduced a variance for building depth. We reduced the size of the addition to smaller to accommodate that.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, further questions, panel? Anyone? I'll look to panel then for a motion, please. Mr. Nipfel? Mr. Nipfel, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, I think this is very straightforward, and the changes are welcome, so there's fewer variances. I have no problem at all with moving a motion of approval. I would, however, suggest that it be subject to screening the second floor balcony on the north and south, north and west sides. Sorry.
Okay, motion to approve, seconded by Mr. Clay. It is moved and seconded to approve, subject to screening as described by Mr. Nipfel. Those in favor, please, show of hands. That vote is unanimous, and the motion is carried. The application is approved. Panel moves along to item number 4. 29 Carling Avenue. On 29 Carling, before the panel are applicant's submission, an arborist report, and tree protection plan. Presentation materials received 3 August. There's correspondence from Transportation and a staff report from Urban Forestry. In support, 5 form letters by owners and occupants of Roblock Avenue and Carling Avenue. In opposition, there's correspondence from 30 Roblock, from Gordon Bellray, and 31 Carling. So we'll ask the applicant first to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good morning, sir. Craig Race.
Good morning to you. Okay, Mr. Race, just one moment, please. So we do have people standing by, correct? Mr. Race, you have 5 minutes to present your application.
If you could pull up the presentation material, please. So while the presentation material gets pulled up, the project before you is a new single-family home that we're proposing on the relatively small lot facing Carling. If you could please go to the next page. So existing on the site is a small garage, which is typical for the east side of Carling. Carling itself, however, does have homes on the entire west side, as well as just south of this property. There are similar houses on similar sized lots, so it's a very unique circumstance. If you go to the next page, you'll see we've highlighted 2 of the existing homes that we're calling houses on postage stamp lots, just immediately south of the subject site. Next page, please. And these postage stamp houses have become a bit of a common typology in Toronto, as you're aware, similar in the vein of garden suites and laneway suites, but in this case, because it's on its own detached property, we are proposing a 2.5-story form with an elevated outdoor space on the upper level. And I'm just noticing, I think this is old presentation material, but we'll go with this anyway. On the next page, please, you'll see the design for the house is a modern one. We have attempted to allocate outdoor living space on the upper level, as I mentioned. However, it's worth noticing that through our consultation with community planning and our feedback from neighbors, we have stepped in the stair tower and the privacy wall on the east edge by about 1 meter. If you go to the next page, this is further illustrated in a section. Sorry about this. There we go. So you can see we've stepped in the upper level by 1 meter. This served multiple purposes, primarily to minimize shadowing and perceived massing impacts on the adjacent neighbors, but also it allowed the lower level of the house to comply with main wall height requirements, which is 7.5 meters. I'll also note the entire structure is within the height requirement of 10 meters, so there is no overall height variance here, only a main wall height variance because the west side of the building exceeds main wall height requirements. We elected to keep that west side present on Carling, though, because there was less impact on that side of the street. If you go to the next page, you'll see we did a shadow study, a full complement of which is in the appendix. The site works surprisingly well for shadow. In the morning hours, sun falls on Carling Avenue. Into midday, it's on the rooftops of the existing garages. And by about 4 o'clock, the shadow of the structure has completely passed the adjacent properties to the north, ensuring that they still have late afternoon sun and sunset views. If you go to the next page, please, we have quite a few variances. Most notably, our setbacks are essentially 0 on all sides. And although we are asking for a parking variance, it is prevalent to have cars parked in the boulevard along this site, so there would still be parking available. Next page, please. As I mentioned, there's no overall height variance, only main wall height, even though we tried to comply with it on the east side. And obviously our floor space index is unusual given that there's essentially no yard on this site. Next page, please. The owners did a pretty comprehensive stakeholder outreach. In discussions with planning and with all these neighbors, we did make several design changes, mostly related to stepping in that stair tower and the privacy screen to minimize the impacts on the properties to the east. To conclude, this is a pretty unique home, and we think it is going to work perfectly on this site because it's following the precedent set by the houses immediately south, as well as placing more eyes on the street. The west side of the street are all single-family homes. We think the east side is an opportunity for new, modern family homes to be built as well, to continue to make Carling a more vibrant, family-oriented street. That's all for me. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Panel questions now. Yes, Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question. This is obviously a very unique lot, and understand the variances, but it's almost like the building takes up the entire lot. And I was just wondering, and maybe I'm not aware of this, but there's no variance for coverage. Is there no necessary variance for coverage in this area?
So no, sir, because this is considered a single family home, there is no zoning requirement for coverage on the lot in this zone.
Okay, thank you.
Let's then hear from the person in opposition. And moderator will have that person join us now. Hello?
Hi, go ahead. Can you hear me now? Hello?
State your name, please.
Hi, Gordon. You've been
Hello?
muted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Would you state your name, please?
My name is Gordon Bell-Ray.
We
I
do
live
hear
at
you
30
now.
Roblock Avenue and 31 Carling Avenue. That's our garage. It's the property directly north of the proposed 3-story development at 29 Carling. I've owned the property for 14 years and live here with my 2 sons. My wife is deceased.
Go ahead, Gordon.
We are opposed to this development for the following reasons: the excessive height of 10 meters, which contravenes variance 10.5.40.70. And as well, there's a variance of a limit of 2 stories, and I'm not sure why that hasn't been applied in this case. So our main objections are, because of the height of this building, to have a significant impact on the green space of our property due to the loss of direct and indirect sunlight. The proposal is also calling for cutting down of 4 mature trees and a small maple tree, all of which are on our property line. So that's our backyard right now. You can see those are 2 very mature cherry trees. We have a lot of vegetation. The building would sit just to the left of that and would like you've got a 10-meter structure right beside our garage there. So I have shadow calculations as well. So if you could scroll down. So the impact on our green space, you can see Carling Avenue has very few trees. We're right in the middle, and we have this one cluster. There's only one other tree on the west side, on the east side of Carling. And directly opposite, the tree has been cut down, and there's one other tree. So if you do calculations, we rank at the 23rd percentile for green canopy in our neighborhood, and 13% in terms of heat density. So cutting down that number of trees is really going to have a significant impact on the green canopy and hence the heat in our neighborhood. I also want to point out there would be like a loss of privacy. So the lots on Carling Avenue, they cited those are 2 coach houses at 17 and 19, which predate all the houses that have been built. If you, well, these are just scroll down. These are pictures of the current green canopy. You want to scroll down? There's an incorrect count by the arborist. There's actually 4 Manitoba maples, 1 Norway maple, and 1 catalpa tree. They're only suggesting preserving the catalpa tree. And you can see there, one is clearly on, if you scroll down. Yeah, so this is from my side of the garage. So they want to remove everything but 1 tree here. And scroll down. And this one particular, you can see it's clearly on my side of the property, and it overhangs my garage, and they're still calling for cutting down. That's the most mature Manitoba maple in that cluster. I also want to point out Manitoba maples are a native tree of Canada. They're not an invasive species. They are common to northern and southern Ontario. And I think people use invasive as a rationale for cutting them down. You want to scroll down, please? Here's a shot. You can see how few trees there are on Carling. That's the west side. That's the 1 tree on the west side of Carling.
Hold that picture for a moment, please. Now, Gordon, tell us the actual site of the proposed building. Is it where the second white door on the garage is? Is that the actual?
I have a double car garage. It's where that van is parked. So it's the property right next where the van is. So you can see all those trees are on my side of the property line.
So the van would actually be, that's the structure would be where the van is sitting right now. Is that true?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
If you want to scroll down. And this is just some data on where we rank at M6G postal code area in terms of tree canopy and heat density. So that's just a supporting document to, I'm opposed to cutting down all these trees for this proposal. If you want to scroll down, there's more below this. So the houses that are using it as a precedent is 1719 Carling on this map from what's the date? 1913. You can see Carling ends right where the coach houses, sort of directly in the middle. The coach houses predate any of the housings that were developed. And in this map, you can see 20 and 30 Roblock, our house, were built, and no other houses north of the coach houses. The coach houses were part of a large estate north of this property. So the houses, if you scroll down, you can see a secondary map. So once the houses were all built, scroll up a bit. So once the houses were all built, all of the separate titles were on garages, which were in 1923, many people didn't have cars, so they were sold as separate titles for garages and parking. And that's basically every single property. If you scroll down, they're all garages here. You can see in this photo here, every single property north of the coach houses have garages. The two that
Gordon,
were built. Yeah.
I have to ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Okay. Well, I think if you look at if you can look at this document, I have my shadow calculations are different from the architects. I think it's going to have a significant impact on the amount of light that we're receiving to our property, potentially damaging the existing tree canopy, and I quite frankly is like directly opposite, and we're going to have like I think a considerable loss of privacy.
Okay, your time is up.
This dwelling.
Panel members, questions for this speaker? Just hold that, staff, please hold that particular, maybe zoom in on this particular drawing, or the, so this is it's an unusual site, and the relationship between Roblox and Carling is as you've been describing, it's a funny historical kind of a thing, I guess, because it looks like these garages are the garages which belong to the houses on Roblox. But they're not. That's the fact, is it?
Generally, they belong to the houses, but in some cases they've been severed. In our case, I own the garage. The people directly south of 29 Carling also own the house and garage. So most people do own both properties. Some do not.
I see. I don't think there are too many situations in the city that mirror this one. It's an unusual one. Okay.
And it occupies the entire block. There wasn't space to build houses behind it. So that's the unique feature of Roblox Avenue, is that our house occupies the entire block between Roblox and Carling, which to me was very desirable because no one's living directly behind us. And this proposal would then alter this whole sort of beauty of occupying a block and just having garages behind us.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, other questions for the speaker? Hearing none, we'll go back now to the applicant, who will have a chance to rebut these particular matters. Applicant?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have another speaker registered.
Thank you for reminding me. Okay, then. Next speaker in opposition, please.
I don't know.
Good morning.
Good morning. I don't know who he's talking to.
Do you mind stating state your name a little louder, please?
Hi, I think that's me. Is that Jerry? My name is Jerry DeJulis. My wife is Virginia Filippi.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning,
Hi.
Jerry. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. We live directly opposite the proposed building. We live on 32 Carling Avenue, so exactly opposite the new proposal. And we also own 18 Roblox, both the house and the garage that is next to the development. So immediately south of the proposal. And we're also opposed both because of trees and because of the height. So we are not opposed to a building or a structure being there, but given all the variances, the fact that there's no space between our garage and the new proposal, or our property and the new proposal, we understand that this is sort of a coming thing where housing is going to be built where it wasn't traditionally. However, we're fine with development. We just do not think the height is appropriate, in large part because of the issues that Mr. Belray also raised. Yeah. So like, and also, you know, in terms of height, it may meet a particular threshold, but all the other ones that meet that threshold have pitched roofs, not flat roofs. So there's quite a difference between having a height of 10 meters with a flat roof and a maximum height of 10 meters with pitched roofs, particularly with respect to the way sunlight will fall on surrounding vegetation and properties.
Hi, my name is Virginia Filippi. I'm also a co-owner of both properties. And my concern with Carling, and we've been working with Councillor Layton, is to try to develop and increase the tree canopy on the street. As Mr. Belray previously mentioned, there are very few trees on the street, and some of the existing trees that were on the street were cut down within the last 3 or 4 years because of they were diseased, and they have yet to be replaced. So Carling basically has a total of 3 trees. And that's my greatest opposition.
Yeah. And some of the drawings that were presented, in fact, don't have one of the trees that was cut down, or at least the tree was cut down so recently that it appears in the pictures. So there's even one less fewer tree, for example. So.
Thank you.
I think that's about all we'd have to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions, panel? Okay, hearing none, we'll now return to the applicant.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Go ahead. This is your opportunity to address the matters that have been raised by.
Thank you. Thank you. So with respect to trees, we have every intention of preserving as many trees as possible here. Our arborist report suggested that the one tree we are proposing to preserve is the healthiest native species on site. The others will be impacted by the construction and are not of the best health, in their opinion. However, we can certainly look at saving more of those. And in our discussions with our neighbors, we also agree that expanding the tree canopy is a suitable goal. And we've discussed with them applying for a new tree to be planted in the boulevard, sort of at the south edge of our property, or of the subject property. So we share those requirements, or those intentions, I should say, and welcome any conditions you wish to impose with respect to going through urban forestry for all approvals. In terms of light on the adjacent properties and the tree canopy, as I mentioned, we crafted our upper level to step in through our consultation with community planning. And our shadow study does show that the impact that this will have on adjacent properties is relatively minimal. Of course, it is a new house, but the official plan and the EHON initiative is really trying to lean into new neighborhood infill, family-oriented housing. We're seeing it all across the city. And we think that this is an optimal compromise between finding a way to put a new house on this site and protecting things like sun exposure. Finally, I heard a comment on privacy, and if you look at the elevations of the building, there is a window facing east. However, we have made that a clerestory window, so it's above shoulder height. There will be absolutely no views into the adjacent properties. Similarly, the privacy screen on the upper level will preclude any views into rear yards. We're as concerned with people looking into the house as they probably are with us looking over onto them. So we think, again, this is an optimal balance of fulfilling the needs of the zoning bylaws and of the official plan and of the intention to put a new home on this site. We think we've come up with a good compromise between all these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Panel members, questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions. Could you clarify, you do need a variance for height Is it specifically because of the projected stairwell, or is it the height of the rest of the building? That's the first question. And the second, I'm having some difficulty determining if the walls themselves act as visual screens on the east, south, on the east and the south and the north. Clearly on the east, it's set back and it appears that the screen is higher, but I'd just like you to clarify what screening mechanism there is on the three sides. Obviously to the west, I don't think it's an issue because it's out onto Carling. And one last question. The trees that have been mentioned on the survey, they're shown as being in the public right of way. Therefore, they require the city's approval to remove, I believe. And you indicated that there still will be parking in front of the building, and I'm wondering if you could show us how that works.
Certainly, sir. So with respect to the height, there are two requirements that the zoning bylaws subject us to. One is overall height of 10 meters, which we comply with. The other is opposing main wall's height, which is 7.5 meters. We still need a variance for that because although the east edge of our building complies with the 7.5 meter main wall height requirement, the west side does not. And we elected to keep that in because the additional perceived massing and shadows on Carling didn't have an effect on adjacent properties. So that's why that variance is still in there. With respect to screening, we do have a 5-foot privacy screen on the east side. The stair tower itself is the privacy screen to the north. The south side only has a guard height barrier, so it's only 42 inches tall. There's technically no taller screen looking south. We'd be happy to review that if you'd like. And then finally, you're absolutely correct that the trees are in the public right of way, and we will require city approval to remove them. With respect to how parking is going to work, some of the photos showed quite well how there's essentially the depth of a car between the curb and the face of all the structures on the east side of Carling, and people put cars there. I don't know if we could perhaps pull up a photo.
There was a photograph that showed a van, and the question was, is the new building where the van is? And I think that the answer was yes, but I don't think that's correct. I think the van is where you're putting your cars, and I don't know if anybody could find the photograph. I just want to make sure. Yeah, that last picture wasn't bad.
That was a good picture.
You are correct. The existing garage footprint is what is being maintained. So there will not be anything built closer to Carling than any of those existing garage faces are.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much for clarifying.
Okay, staff? Yes, if you'd did this particular picture here with the black outline. Let's have that full screen. My question to the applicant is one really that relates to massing. Because you're asking for for reduced side yard setbacks and front and rear setbacks, then what happens is that you get this terrible sense of massing. In my view, it's really quite extreme. The garages are right side, right up to the lot line, but they're only one story. So I'd appreciate your thoughts on massing and why you don't think it's a problem.
Certainly. So the top photo there, I think, shows quite well the existing houses that we're following the development pattern of. If you could scroll up just a touch there, you will see that there are houses immediately south, these two in the top image, as well as beyond, that create a streetscape similar to the west side as well, where there are single family homes that are 2 and 3 stories facing the street, all aligned. We're looking to follow that pattern and maintain the streetscape. You're certainly correct that the massing will be larger than a 1-story garage, but we're following the precedent set by those 2 houses just south of us, as well as all the other houses beyond. And that lower image, just to mention, was not prepared by us. I do not think the scale is correct in it.
as I think one of the opposition speakers pointed out, on the two houses that you referred to, of course, their roofs are not flat. You've gone for the flat roof in order to get that outdoor patio space on the top. Okay. Okay, panel members, other questions? Let's go back, staff, please. It was the first drawing in the presentation materials. It's a rendering. That's the one. Okay. All right. And my final question. So, what appears to be the red brick portion with the two long windows, that height is 10 meters to the top of that that structure?
Yes, that's correct. 9.99, I think.
Okay. Okay, then. I'm not hearing any further questions by panel. Let's take this one into committee for discussion and for a decision. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize previously for my absence, by the way. Just on this particular application, I did find the massing quite an issue, because I know it's a very unusual block, and it's got a history behind it, which I think one of the folks in opposition relayed to us. What I do find is that when I look at this particular site, to me it reminds me of a laneway suite. And in essence, in some ways, it is a laneway suite, and historically, it isn't, because the suites actually, the garages are butt onto a road. I just find that this is almost like setting a precedent for laneway suites, which is a really tall structure, and definitely out of keeping. And I think the other piece that one of the folks in the opposition mentioned is that the two houses that are being used as a precedent, they have a different history. And I think that, to me, suggests that these particular homes that the current applicant is trying to change or bring change is not quite appropriate. And I don't feel comfortable supporting this particular application. If it was a two-story laneway type structure within the confines of laneway suites, I think I'd be more inclined to saying that would work.
Thank you. Other comment, Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, when I first saw this, I was struck by the innovation in design. I frankly wanted to like it, but I did have some reservations similar to Zahir's, and I wanted to thank Mr. Belray in particular for his presentation. I thought it was thorough, well thought out, and was very helpful to me. I would agree. I can't support this application for many of the reasons Zahir mentioned, but mostly over the height. This is it actually proposes to use the entire postage stamp lot with minimal green space around it. But more to the point, regardless of its innovative style, it is really large height-wise, and I think would impose an unacceptable view to adjacent neighbors. So I just think it's too much house for this lot in this location. So I won't be supporting this either.
Thank you. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Similar to my two colleagues, I have difficulty with the size of the building relative to its surroundings. I do think as a building in isolation, it's a beautiful building. It's well thought out. I think the presentation by the applicant and the presentation by the objectors was remarkably good. This is an incredibly unique situation. It is a very small piece of property on what, as Mr. Bayer has said, appears like a laneway suite. And I'm very concerned with approval of this setting a precedent for laneway suites. Laneway suites are conscious to kind of blend with the community, and this one, in my view, is too high. I would hope to see a project like this return slightly lower in height, but as it currently stands, I'm unable to support the variance relative to height.
Thank you. Okay.
So Chair, I'm just, I think if that's the case, I think we're probably have some consistency in view. I'm prepared to move a motion to refuse this application.
Okay, is there a second to that? It is seconded by Mr. Nipfel. It is therefore moved and seconded to refuse the application. All those in favor of the motion, show of hands, please. The vote is unanimous. The motion is carried, and the application is refused. Thank you. Panel moves along to item number 5. 387 to 403 Bloor Street East, 28 SELBY Street. On this application before the panel are submitted materials, agent's cover letter, a 2019 Committee of Adjustment decision. There's a parking addendum memo from BA Group, and there's a site-specific bylaw from the OMB. There is comment from Transportation Services from 21 July and also from Transportation Services again, 21 July. Okay then, we'll ask the applicant to join us please by stating your name.
Good morning, my name is Naomi Maris and I'm here on behalf of the applicant Yorkville East Developments, Inc., the owner of the properties municipally known as 387 to 403 Bloor Street East and 28 SELBY Street.
Good morning to you. Panel members. Questions for the applicant? Anyone wishing a presentation? Mr. Bike, go ahead.
Just a question. If I'm not mistaken, this is the building that's directly east of the intersection with Mount Pleasant or Jarvis and Bloor on the north side. So my question would be, I'm assuming that there's a residential portion to this building and a hotel portion. It's a mixed-use kind of structure. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And so if you're reallocating spaces, what happens to the spaces that residents will no longer have?
The spaces are already constructed. The below-grade garage is actually already built. And so those spaces will simply be reallocated to the use of residential visitors and users of the hotel on the site.
So, but residents of the condo portion with that, because is it going to be just a single use structure now, a hotel, or is it still going to be a mixed use?
It's still going to be mixed use. There's 508 units in the building, residential units. 502 of them have been sold at this stage. Each condo purchaser was given the opportunity to purchase the parking space as well, and they did not take that opportunity.
I see. So they didn't want the parking spaces. Okay.
Only 47 spaces were purchased, or 45, pardon me. Yeah.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Other questions, or are we ready for a motion? Mr. Nipfel, please go ahead.
This isn't a question. I'm prepared to move a motion. Does anyone else have questions?
Don't think so.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move approval of this application without conditions. I think it's a very straightforward application, helped substantially by the covering letter, which was very, very helpful in understanding. Basically, this is a matter of tailoring the amount of parking for the condominium to demand, and also being consistent with the city's objectives about not oversupplying parking. I think in both cases, the proposal is reasonable and justified, and I have no hesitation in moving approval of the application without condition.
Thank you for that. Seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous. Motion carried. The application is approved. We move to number 6, 199 Bain Avenue. Before us are submitted materials. There's a revised site plan from the 3rd of May. And there is a staff report from Urban Forestry. So applicant, join us please. Just state your name.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have tried to reach the applicant and there's been no response.
No response, okay. All right, then there's no one speaking in opposition. Do you mind trying one more time, please? And we'll...
Through you, Mr. Chair, still no response.
Okay. Okay, panel, we do not have the applicant with us. So, did anyone have questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
Mr. Chairman, I have a very simple question. The typology of this building and the attached suite is very consistent in Toronto. There it is. There's a V left out of the massing, and the purpose of that V is to allow for air circulation, light, and view. There is, I believe, a window from the adjacent owner into that slot. And since half of the slot is being reconstructed with an addition, I was very interested to know whether or not there had been direct involvement by the neighbor at 197. That is my only concern. I think it's a reasonable proposal, providing that the owner at 197 doesn't have an issue that this particular addition is going to create for him or her.
Okay.
So I don't know that we'd be able to get the person. I'd be very concerned if there'd been no outreach or consultation with 197.
Well then,
Do you mind we look at this case later on?
we could do that. We can set this one. Thank you, Mr. Chang. Why don't we set this one aside? It's straightforward enough that we can do that. And so I'll just ask you, moderator, to sort of have it in the back of your mind to try periodically. We'll set it aside, Mr. Chang. That's a good idea. And move on to number 7. And on number 7, 28 High Park Boulevard. The committee has before it.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Bliss Edwards, and I'm
Good morning.
sorry, yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
my name is Bliss Edwards, and I'm representing the owners of 28 High Park Boulevard.
Okay, Bliss. Stand by for just a moment.
No problem.
Okay. On this, before us are materials submitted by the applicant, photographs of the property. There is correspondence in support. 31 High Park, 151 Westminster. 30 High Park, 26 High Park. There is correspondence in opposition from 157 Westminster. Okay then. Okay, just to confirm with you, moderator, we do have persons standing by to speak in opposition?
Yes.
Yes, we do. Okay, Bliss, You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Great. Yeah. Presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the proposal you have before you, we're proposing 4 variances. The first variance is simply to rebuild the existing front porch you see here on the first image. If you could go to slide 4, please. In its exact location. The house was built, the earliest survey we have is 1919. So the house was built on or before 1919 and is now subject to the setback of its neighbors. And so we are simply proposing to rebuild the existing front porch in its current location, no additional size added to it. Variances 2 through 4, if we can go to the page 8, actually go to page 9, are related to a new garage or an ancillary building. The previous garage was built sort of mid-lot. If you could go to the next slide, please. And the proposal is now to rebuild the ancillary storage shed at the rear of the property, which is the same condition we find up and down this street and to the properties to the rear on Westminster. If you go to the next slide, please. You can see in this context map that we are actually, the previous garage mid property was more out of character than what we are proposing to do now, which is to move the garage to the back of the property, which is more in line with what we see in the neighborhood. Next slide. The new garage will be subject to all the current bylaws of the day. We'll have new eaves troughs and landscaping, and everything will be draining onto our property into the soft landscaping area you see there on the east side of the site. Go to the next photo. Here it's just a context image just showing that the neighboring properties with their ancillary buildings to the rear of the property and the amount of green space that will still be present. And I will leave it there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions at this time? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the objectors is commenting about the ancillary building and indicated a concern that, and I think right concern, that drainage from the ancillary building will spill onto their property and exacerbate an already water drainage problem on their property. If we could go back, you've got a drawing that shows that your intention is to have the ancillary building drain to the west. That's it. I think it would be helpful to add a condition that actually gives voice to this objective. So I'd be looking for that later in the discussion.
We would have no problems with that at all.
Mr. Byatt, your question.
Yeah, just a question. The applicant, you've mentioned the new garage, but really it's not a garage for a vehicle. It's just a storage shed. Am I correct?
Sorry, yes, it is a storage shed.
So essentially, yeah, I'm sorry, but so parking the vehicle would be just in the driveway, I take it, outdoors?
The owners have lived in the property since around 2010 and didn't use the current garage to park their vehicle and are just going to maintain parking in the driveway.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's then go to the first speaker standing by in opposition, please. We'll ask that speaker to join us by stating your name.
Hi, my name is Andrew Munch of 157 Westminster, directly north of this property.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the committee for hearing my comments and considering my objections. I just want to say in general that I fully support the upgrade and development that the the owner of 28 High Park is doing in general, and don't want to stand in the way of them improving the neighborhood as they are. However, I think that the proposed ancillary building is a bit egregious on a few points that I've outlined in my letter. First of all, I would object to the term storage shed, as this has sliding glass doors and is nearly 27 feet wide by 14 feet deep. So to me, that is, I'm not sure the definition the committee uses, but that's a pool house, not a storage shed. Second of all, the height of this building is at the rear is 3.58 meters as proposed, which is twice the height of the existing 6-foot fence at the back between our properties. So my first objection, as noted by one of the committee members, is that this area in the rear of my property and the rear of the property in question is very flat, and we have generally poor drainage. It's often swampy in my gardens at the back, and although the eaves may be directed to the west of the proposed ancillary building, I still believe that the drainage will be significantly reduced based on the increased in hardscaping in the proposed plan.
Andrew, just hold there for a moment, please. I'm going to ask staff, is there an elevation that you can show us of the proposed storage shed, please? Okay, thank you. So this is that's the face that faces back toward the house. Okay, go ahead, Andrew. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. Okay,
no problem. Thank you. So as you can see, the shed is 13 feet at the front, and at the back, it is, I believe, 11 foot 9 inches or 3.58 meters. The drawing with a dimension at the back doesn't actually show it to the top of roof, but I'm assuming that the roof thickness at the front is the same as the back. So that would make it 11 foot 9 inches or 3.58 meters, twice the height of the 1.8 meter fence that's there. So as I said, drainage is my first concern. The second concern is if you consider that with, and I apologize, I didn't realize I couldn't share my screen, so I have some nice images prepared, but you'll have to use your imagination. So there's a fence that's half the height of this proposed building at the back, and they're requesting to build this building directly, or 5-inch offset, I believe, on the property line, which would align the eaves directly with the property line. So any snow or excess rain that splashes, or any debris that falls, leaves from the many trees in the neighborhood, will be directed by the slope of the roof directly into my property at the back. And I have a concern with that regarding this offset variance. And then finally, again, I've mentioned that this building will be twice the height of the existing fence. It's going to block significantly the sun and view at the back of my property. Will block the sun to my gardens. And as proposed, it's a concrete board at the back, which will cause an eyesore that I'll have to stare at. Which I think is unreasonable. So again, I support most of what the application is proposing. However, I think this deviation to the offset at the back is unreasonable. I would also note that the existing buildings, the garages in the neighborhood that are on the property line, the vast majority were built in the early 1900s, and so wouldn't have been subject to the same codes and standards that this one is now, and those were put into place for a reason. So I would ask the committee to please consider maintaining that offset and or reducing the height of this building, which I think is unreasonable with that offset variance to be right on the property line.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for the speaker? Hearing none, we shall. Do we have a moderator, the other speaker on standby?
No, he will not be participating.
Okay, so just the one speaker in opposition. Let's go back then to the applicant, who will have a chance to rebut and respond to the matters raised by this speaker. Applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one note quickly. I will note that we are not asking for a height variance. We are only asking for the rear yard setback and the side yard setback. And while I note that this previous speaker also has a garage or a shed built at the property line in almost the exact same setbacks that we are proposing. In addition, our building is subject to the bylaws and the building codes of today, so we cannot drain into his property. That is why our eaves are shown draining into a significant soft landscape area of the east side of the yard. Sorry, on the west side of the yard, not the east side of the yard. I apologize.
Okay. Mr. Clay, question.
Yeah, just if we could call up the neighborhood map in your presentation that showed the ancillary dwellings in behind each. Yeah, that if you can blow that up a little bit. Yeah, great. So you were mentioning that the prevailing pattern in the neighborhood is to have these structures in the rear, which seems to be the case. Is the prevailing configuration, do all those buildings, are they all on the line as well, or are they set back? It looks like the north ones might be set back and the south ones are right on the line. Is that correct?
But the majority of them are right on the line. I think the only one that is not is the one on the east side at Sunnyside. You can see it's the corner lot on Westminster. But the rest of them are on the property line at the rear.
Okay, so that's the prevailing character.
Other questions for the applicant panel? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just to pick up on that, one of the questions I think the speaker in opposition noted was the fact that the new structure would be on the lot line, and the roof, as we saw from one of the diagrams, slopes down towards his property. And I suppose that really is his concern. So placing that shed right on the property line with the roof sloping towards the neighbor at the rear, that, from my understanding, is one of his objections. Is there some way that could be mitigated in your proposal?
We could propose a flat roof. We wouldn't want a 12-12 pitch because that would still slope, but if we proposed a flat roof, that would help with his concern.
Or presumably pitching it in the direction higher in the east side of the structure and sloping towards the west, and then allowing for drainage onto the subject property.
Yeah, I don't think that's the architectural expression that we would be looking for, but I think that we for sure could look at a flat roof.
Thank you.
Applicant, my question for you regarding the storage shed once again, and its setback from the rear. You've heard the concerns of the neighbor. 2 meters is required. You're asking for 0.15 meters. What would happen, for example, if we were to split that difference and you were to set your storage shed back 1 meter from the rear lot line? Well, what kind of complications would that result into your application?
Well, I'm not actually sure what that would accomplish for the concerns of the rear neighbor. He's concerned about visual heights. We aren't asking for a height variance. He is still going to see it. Like I said, our building is subject to the bylaws. We do have to drain onto our own property. We are then creating a spot where raccoons, very prominent in the neighborhood, will have a nice spot to wreak havoc on both of our properties. And, the irony of this situation is that we aren't parking a car here. If we had just simply come in with a revised garage, we wouldn't even be here. It would be permitted. So this.
But you've given me some thoughts. But my question to you was what in deference to the neighbor, if you were to move it 1 meter away from the rear yard, would there be other unintended consequences on your overall design?
I mean, I'm sure overall design. I mean, again, from his concern on the visuals, it's going to be there whether it's a meter or half a meter away. The concern on the drainage, we aren't proposing right on the property line. We're proposing off. Maybe I would propose back half a meter. And then in addition, we could also agree to implement a flat roof, which would further alleviate some of his concerns on the drainage. I would note through you, Mr. Chair, too, that through these properties, there is this underground stream, which our clients discovered as they were digging out their foundation. So the majority of the moisture that is coming on his property is likely from this stream that was encountered by our clients as well as his neighbors who put in a pool. So there are streams throughout here, and the drainage issues on his site today are not necessarily because of drainage coming from garage roofs in the area.
Okay, thank you. Question, Mr. Nipfel.
Could we have the image again of the drainage, the drawing that shows the drainage? In answer to Mr. Clay, you indicated that the existing character of the neighborhood is with the garages at the back property line, and yet your own drawing here indicates that the property immediately adjacent has set their garage back from the property line. It's not on the property line in this case.
Sorry, I apologize. Well, yes, it's 0.3, I believe, if we zoom in.
Yeah, my point is, I think a couple of points were raised by the objectors that are really quite valid. You're quite right. You're not requesting a height variation. So if people are concerned with the height you're proposing, there's very little that this committee can do about that because you're not asking for a variance. But you are asking for variances that affect the placement of that storage shed. And as one of the appellants indicated, the other garages were built at a time well in the past when the zoning bylaws that exist now currently weren't in place, and those zoning bylaws were brought in response to concerns. I don't see any reason. Before the discussion started, when I reviewed the agenda, I had real problems with variance number 2 and variance number 4, and I couldn't see, based on the objections of the neighbors, why those 2 variances would need to be supported. And I won't be supporting 2 and 4. To adjust your plan so that you can meet variance 2 and variance 4 and remove them, I should say, has almost no impact on your proposal, and it has a huge impact for the neighbors.
Do you have anything to respond to that, applicant?
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Again, the impact of the drainage, if we're proposing to add eaves troughs, and we are open to setting the building back. You know, through you, Mr. Chair, you had suggested 1 meter. Again, I'm not sure that will accomplish what the rear neighbor, satisfy the rear neighbor totally. I mean, he will still. We aren't here to talk about height. He will still see it, and then we're down to the drainage issue. And we've offered we could do the flat roof again to help. We could even do a flat roof with a slight.
But yeah, I don't think the question was about that. So let's stick to the question. Any other questions, panel members, for the applicant? If there are none, then I think it's time to take the application into committee for discussion, and we can move to a decision. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just a comment before my colleagues weigh in on this one. Like Ms. Nipfel, I think variance number 2 and 4, actually, I have problems with it. This is an opportunity to, blaming it on potential raccoon problems, I don't think is an adequate explanation. So I definitely can't support variance number 2. And for that reason, unless there's an opportunity to change it, I can't support this one.
Okay, then, so would we look at a motion that refused those 2 variances and approved the rest? Is that one possibility? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me try this one. I'd like to move a motion of approval with the exception of variance 2 and variance 4, which I'm recommending not be approved, and also with the condition that the second floor balcony be screened on the north and the east side. This is a case where the concern of adjacent neighbors, I think, is really easily met, and I don't really see the reason why the proposal before us can't be modestly adjusted to meet their concerns, and therefore I can't see a reason for supporting variance 2 and variance 4.
Just a second, Mr. Nipfel, hang on, because just hold that motion right there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's a question about what about variance number 3? If there is concern about the location of the ancillary building in its entirety, then variances 2, 3, and 4 are related to the ancillary building.
Let's just check on that. Okay.
That's a valid point. I don't think the concern was quite so much with the side yard, which is why I had suggested 2 and 4, but the point is well taken that the location is impacted by 3 as well.
Okay. So, Mr. Nipfel, do you wish to alter your motion in view of
I'm open to suggestions. I think variance 2 and 4 being removed is sufficient at this point.
Okay. All right then. Are there any suggestions on that? Any friendly amendments, or is there a second for the existing motion? Mr. Byatt? Mr. Byatt seconds the existing motion. So 2 and 4 removed, leaving 3 in. What we're down to now is approving 1 and 3, refusing 2 and 4. That is a motion which we have before us.
Also screening, the screening condition.
Thank you very much. So that is the motion before us. All those in favor, show of hands, please. Those opposed? Let the record show that Mr. Clay and Mr. Chang were in dissent. But the motion is carried, and the application, the revised application, is so approved. Thank you. Panel moves along to item number 873 Pembroke. On this application before us are those materials submitted by the applicant, plus 4 photographs of the property received 26 July. Moderator, may I ask you in advance, do we have a person standing by on this one in opposition or concern?
To you, Mr. Chair, no.
There is no one, so it's just the applicant standing by. Okay. Okay, applicant, join us, please. State your name.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Frank Bandiera. I'm the architect and agent for the homeowner.
Thank you. Panel members, anyone like a presentation, or are there any questions for the applicant? Mr. Byatt?
Just a question with regard to variance number 1. Is that an existing condition with regard to the soft landscaping in the rear?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bandiera, in the added material, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble finding it right now. In the added material we got, there's reference to heritage, and it isn't clear. Is there a heritage approval or conditions still outstanding?
No, there isn't. We've been in contact with the Heritage Department, and they've expressed that they have no concern and therefore will not be commenting on the application. The owner has reached out to them directly, as he also sits on the Neighborhood Heritage District Committee, I think it's called. So yes, they've been in contact several times and they have no concern.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no further questions, we can take this application into committee for a motion. Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a very straightforward question, and with regard to heritage, it looks like the document in the supplemental package was dated December 2021, and as the applicant has indicated, this is no longer an issue. I therefore am quite happy to move forward a motion to approve without any condition.
Thank you. Second to that motion. It is seconded, Mr. Cheng. Moved and seconded, therefore, to approve without condition. Those in favor, please show hands. And that is a unanimous vote. Motion carried, application approved. Taking us to number 9, 208, Parkview Hill Crescent. On this application, we have submitted materials, an arborist report, comments from Urban Forestry, staff reports from Urban Forestry and TRCA. And we'll ask the agent to join us. State your name, please.
Yes, good morning. My name is Bill Outred.
Good morning. Okay, panel, any questions for this applicant? Hearing none, let's take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think this is a fairly straightforward. This street has seen a number of new builds. It's characterized in part by a number of bungalows that are second story and rear additions put on. So I don't think this is at all out of character or out of keeping with the evolution of this street and this neighborhood. And I think it's a fairly straightforward design. I'm happy to move a motion to approve this application subject to forestry condition 2 and 3. I do note that TRCA and Ravine have signed off on this one as well.
Okay, thank you. Second to that, Mr. Byatt, I think was first. So seconded, Mr. Byatt. Therefore, moved and seconded to approve subject to forestry. Those in favor, show of hands. There is a unanimous vote. So motion's carried, and that application is approved subject to forestry. Number 10, 269 Kenilworth. We are looking at submitted materials. Revised site plan, floor plans, elevations, 3 August. Revised zoning waiver, same date. 11 photographs, same date. A variety of previous Committee of Adjustment decisions. And a copy of a notice of hearing. There is comment from City Planning. And there are staff reports from Community Planning and Urban Forestry. In support, 10 form letters from addresses on Kenilworth and Waverley Road. Very good. I'll just check once again with the moderator. Do we have a person standing by in opposition?
No, we do not. I've tried to reach her multiple times, but no response.
Thank you. Okay. So there's only the agent standing by. So agent, join us, please.
Hi, Leo. You've been unmuted.
We'll just take a moment here to see if we can reestablish contact with the applicant.
Hello, can you hear me?
Clearly, thank you. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
State your name, please.
My name is Leo Mastandrea. I'm the agent for the owners at 269 Kenilworth.
Very good. Okay. Panel members, questions? Mr. Clay.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. As you obviously well know, the planning department initially recommended refusing this one and have subsequently written to say that they've withdrawn that refusal. Can you just elaborate, like what's changed? Has anything changed?
Yes. So we removed a few variances. We removed our parking. That was their main concern with the front yard landscaping. So we removed variance number 1, removed variance number 3, and variance number 5, and variance number 11, based on my waiver that I submitted, which basically was removing the parking, which that was their main concern. And after I gave them my supporting material and we revised our drawings, then they have no further issues.
Okay, then Leo, that's important information. What we're going to do then, those variances which you removed still show on the public notice, and it's actually the public notice of which the committee is dealing with this morning. So what we need to do very slowly and carefully is to go through and to have you state that you are removing the variances that need to be removed, so we can consider the actual application as it properly stands today. So let's do that now. Okay. If you would...
Removing variance number 1.
Right.
Removing variance number 3. Removing variance number 5. And removing variance number 11. And we're improving variance number 4 from 26 to 63.36%. From 8.
We lost you there. We lost you. Now, number 4 is a minimum 75% of the required front yard soft landscaping, and then is that the one you're revising?
Yes.
What's the new number? Well, I'll need both numbers.
Yes, 64.36%. And the 21.4 square meters.
Very good. That's a very substantial improvement. Wow. To be commended. 64.36 is the new percentage of soft landscaping, which is equivalent to 21.4 meters squared. Okay, good.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can we also have Leo go through the purpose of the application to determine if there's amendments to that?
Okay, Leo, so we're going to go back up to the purpose, and let's just see if it's still accurate or whether it needs to be revised?
Sentence, also to permit a undersized parking space in the front yard of the property, that should be also removed.
So the last line can be removed, also to permit an undersized parking space in the front yard. Take that off. With that deleted, is the rest of the purpose accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Also too, I'd just like to draw your attention to the photo on page, the existing dwelling.
I'm sorry, I missed what page. I think you said on page, and I lost that.
Page number 1.
Page 1.
Yes, so that's our existing garage, which is basically dilapidating. So we were planning to remove it and replace it with a parking spot. But once planning had those issues, we removed our pad parking. And as you can see, there's barely any landscaping as it is currently. So we are definitely improving the landscaping on that property.
Okay, does that doesn't show up in any of the variances which remain? Like, do we have to, what do we have to do to reflect that change to the notice?
The notice is fine, as I just stated.
Okay. Very good. All right, then I think everyone now knows, both staff and panel, what the application that we are dealing with is, the revised application. Panel members, would anyone like a presentation on this? Does anyone have any?
I have a question.
Pardon me, Mr. Nipfel.
I have a question. I don't
Go
need a
for it.
presentation.
Go ahead, please.
Leo, can you leave that drawing up, the photograph up, I should say? How tall is your proposal relative to the property immediately adjacent that's shown in this drawing?
Essentially, the peaks are relatively in the same line.
Okay, and I'm sure this has to do with grading, but if you take the purpose of the application, it is a two-story, it says it's a two-story, and you're doing a third-story addition. And then if you look at your elevations, it's actually 4 levels of living, four living. There's a basement, and then there's a double story space. To my way of thinking, that's 4 stories, but is that considered 3 stories because of grading?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and your height to the top of the flat roof is the same as to the top of the pitch of the adjacent house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Clay. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Leo, I do notice from the side elevation that you have balconies on the second and third, or third and fourth, depending on which floor. Are you okay with a condition if we were to approve for screening?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Very good. I'm not hearing any further questions, so let's take the application now into committee for a motion, please. The revised application. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Chair, yeah, I'll take a crack at this one. I think this is in this neighborhood, we're seeing a lot of regeneration of older homes of this nature. It looked like the existing dwelling is in sore need of some regeneration. And as Carl asked, this new dwelling won't exceed the height of the adjacent neighbor, I think, to the north. I do think, given that it is on an elevated site, that overlook is an issue. That's why I raised the issue about screening. So But otherwise, this is a nice design in a neighborhood where there are similar homes being built. So I think it's supportable, and I'm happy to move a motion to approve this application subject to Forestry 1 and 2 and privacy screening around the balconies, front and rear, on second and third stories.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, pardon me, Chair, the amended application as discussed with the removal of a series of variances, and I'm sure staff have them, and the adjustment to the description.
Very good. Okay.
Larry, would you consider a slight friendly amendment? The balcony, particularly on the second floor, is not very deep. I definitely can see the need for screening on the north and the south edges, but if you put the screening all the way around, the balcony is of very little use. It's basically, it's the size of a corridor. Would it make sense to just put the screening on the north and the south edges?
On front and back, second floor?
Yeah, I don't think it's because the balconies are so narrow. If we could pull up the second floor plan, you could see the balconies are really not very big. They're wide, but they're not very deep.
Let's just take a moment till we bring those up. Okay.
The one on the third floor is deeper, but the ones on the second floor are not very deep at all. There.
Right. So, not to belabor this point, I just noticed I started looking around the street. I don't see any front balconies really on the street. And I take your point about the rear, but do you want to keep it surrounding on the front just because
Sure.
it is.
That sounds reasonable, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so Chair, we'll just amend my motion about screening to have it on the front and both balconies on the front, but in the rear on the second floor balcony, it only needs to be on the north and south.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have a second for the revised motion to approve the revised application? We do, Mr. Byatt. Okay. It is moved and seconded, therefore, to approve to approve the revised application. Those in favor, please show hands. The vote is unanimous. The motion is carried, and the revised application is so approved. Thank you. Let me just check now with the moderator. He was going to try to get in touch with the application number 6, which we had set aside. Any luck?
Yes, I have reached someone.
Oh, we have him now? Okay then, panel members, we're going to go back now to number 6, which we set aside. We now have the applicant with us. So we're back to number 6, 199 Bain Avenue. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
I do hear you. Please state your name.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Giorgio Lobos, representing the file in front of us today.
So you're not Brian Ross. Do you mind stating?
No, Brian, unfortunately, is on holidays. And
Okay.
unfortunately, the committee did not get my revised application for me to act as the agent.
No problem. I'm going to ask you to state your
I
name.
apologize.
I'm going to ask you, please, to state your name one more time.
Giorgio Lobos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, panel members. Number 6, we are on 199 Bain. We have Giorgio with us. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel, proceed. Mr. Nipfel, you are muted.
Makes it hard to hear me, doesn't it? Giorgio, the neighbor at 197 shares the open slot between the two homes. Your proposal is to fill in half of that slot. I'm interested to know whether there's been consultation with the owner at 197 and what their view is of the application.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Bryan, the homeowner, has involved himself with both neighbors on both sides, specifically the one that has this void between the R2 semis. And yes, I mean this was design criteria back then during the time of construction. Unfortunately, we're asking to treat this as a semi-detached, therefore we can build on the lot line. There is no side yard setback requirement. There has been consultation. The homeowner doesn't have any concerns, and he understands and recognizes that he can do the same down the road as well, and minimize and eliminate the existing windows that he does have, just like we optimized to ourselves.
Thank you very much. That's helpful.
If there are no further questions, let's take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Nipfel, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that this is a very straightforward application. I was interested to know what the viewpoint of the owner at 197 would be. It would appear that perhaps he's going to do something similar in the future. I don't see under those circumstances that there's any negative impact of this application. It's a minor variance. I'd like to move approval subject to forestry condition number 1.
Thank you. Does that motion have a second? It does, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. Vote unanimous to carry the motion, and the application is so approved. And thank you, moderator, for getting in touch with that applicant. Okay, we skip now forward again to number 11. 28.5 Kippendavie. On this application, before us are the following materials: those submitted by the applicant, plus an arborist report and tree protection plan from Elite Tree Care, 12 April 2022.
Hello.
Okay. And now we'll ask the applicant, please, to join the meeting by stating your name.
Rainer Hoyer, I'm the agent for the applicant.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Panel members, any questions for the agent? Any requests for a presentation?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, may I just ask a question?
Go ahead.
Just a quick one with regard to the balcony that is proposed. I can't quite see it, but is the screening indicated on the, I believe it might be the north side and the south side?
Yes, we spoke with the planner and we made the adjustment of having screening on the balconies on both sides.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the drawings that we have, the north side of the balcony is screened by an extension of the exterior wall, but the south side isn't. So are you extending the wall on the south side in the same fashion as on the north side?
I believe we submitted revised drawings to have both sides wall extended to provide the screening.
Okay, I don't see those, but that's a drawing that you could provide to us then, is that correct? The reason I ask that is I don't frankly have any difficulty with this application, but I'd like screening to be a condition. And I prefer the way you proposed it to putting in a a translucent screen of some other material. The extension of the two exterior walls is a very nice way of screening your balcony. But we don't have a drawing that shows that.
Okay. We're fine with having that as a condition to have the screening.
Okay, one other comment. I would like to take my hat off to you for the contextual drawings that you provided. It's difficult for us sometimes to see the implications on adjacent properties, and you've taken the trouble of showing the adjacent buildings on your drawings, and that's been very helpful. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Very good. Hearing no more questions, let's take this application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know, as I said to the applicant, I don't have any difficulty with this application. And in fact, I think the presentation was very helpful. I'd like to move approval subject to the north and the south edges of the second floor balcony being screened. I have a question though to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer. The intention, I gather, is to extend the two outside walls to provide that screening. On our drawings, it's only extended on the north side. It isn't extended on the south side. Is it possible to attach, I mean, I gather there's a drawing somewhere that shows that screening. Is it possible to attach that drawing, or would you recommend wording? I'm not sure how to proceed with the condition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, because we don't have that plan in front of us, perhaps we can just say it in words as part of the condition.
Okay, so then the condition would be that the north and the south edges of the second floor balcony are to be screened a minimum of 1.5 meters in height with a translucent material, or with a solid material.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Mr. Byatt seconds. Moved and seconded. To so approve, those in favor, please show your hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion, and the application is so approved. At this point, panel will take a 10-minute recess, and we shall come back at 11:40 to continue on with number 12, 276 Monarch Park Ave. Thank you. So 10 minutes. Thank you. We resume. And we resume with item number 12 on this morning's agenda, 276 Monarch Park Avenue. On this application, the committee has before it the following communication. Material submitted with the application. Photographs of the property. 14 April. Presentation materials from the agent, 3rd of August. There's email correspondence from Community Planning, and there is a staff report from Transportation. In support, we have correspondence from 281 Monarch Park. So we'll ask the agent please to join us by stating your name.
Hello, can you hear me okay? This is Tura Cousins-Wilson. I'm the applicant, agent, and architect.
We do hear you, Tura. Good afternoon, or where are we now? Good morning? Okay, good. Panel members, any questions for the applicant? Any requests for presentation? I just have, Mr. Black, go ahead.
Just a quick confirmation for me. I did notice, of course, the balcony and thinking about screening, but from what I can see in the images, the rendered images, is that the balcony on the second floor at the rear already has a wall around it of sorts.
Correct. There's the neighbor's roof that doesn't, it doesn't extend past the neighbor's building, the terrace. So it's a terrace on an existing roof.
And of course, the balcony doesn't require a screening condition because it already has coverage right around, from what I can see. It's a wraparound.
Correct.
Thank you.
Isn't there a planning condition to that effect? Didn't I read a planning condition that actually requires screening?
There is, but it's only on one side. I'm just trying to clarify whether it should be on the south side too. The planning condition is screening on the north side, I think. The rear second-story terrace shall be constructed with opaque privacy screening or fencing that is permanent, located on the north edge of the terrace to a minimum of 1.5. That's the planning department condition. The question is, should it also be on the south? But in answer to your question, Larry, there is a condition from planning.
Okay. And maybe the applicant can help us out on that?
Sure, there's a few things just would like to identify. So you're referring to the that planning email, which was submitted last week?
Yeah, that's correct, yep.
So not what was identified as a minor variance. Is that correct?
I was reading from an email from Sean Gunther, and it's dated August the 10th. Oh, sorry, it's dated July the 29th. And it refers only to the screening of the second floor terrace. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, and just to understand, that is a recommendation, not a requirement?
That's a recommendation, yes.
Okay.
I'm suggesting it should be a condition.
Okay.
But the question, Carl, I think you had was that planning email refers to just the northern side. I think we were asking the applicant to speak to whether what's going on in the other side, the south.
Sure, if you could pull up the presentation, please. Next slides. One thing I just want to clarify it's a separate point, but it was identified that the owners intend to move the front yard parking, which is incorrect. There is no intention to remove the front yard parking. There was a transportation report in that regard. I just want to note that that is incorrect. If you go to the slide with the rear rendering.
Can I just clarify, because this is what you've just said is important for the notice. Variance number 1 has you requesting 0 parking spaces, but you're still going to have a parking space. Is that correct?
Correct. There will be a front yard license for a front yard parking pad. There won't be any parking fully on the site, which is my understanding of why there was a variance required. There will be no removal of the existing.
So the variance is still is needed.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
But there is a comment about removing the front yard parking pad, which is not correct.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the purpose of application, last line, will then need to read to maintain the existing parking pad.
Yeah.
In regards to the question about the screening of the terrace, you can go to the slide with the rendering of the back. Our understanding is that the terrace wouldn't have great visual impact on the neighbors. The recommendation could be explored on the north side. To the south side, there are no windows looking in, as it's currently a one-story residence and it's removed back. So the portion of the terrace is to the north portion of the lot and not abutting the lot line as it is to the north.
Can I clarify with the drawing that's there, the proposed rear, the building that extends beyond the the terrace, that's on the north side, is it?
Yes, that's on the north side.
Okay, so you really don't need screening on the north side. You need it on the south side because from the south, but you've already got it. You're proposing screening all the way around the terrace.
It's a guard.
Oh, okay. So
It's a solid guard.
how high is it?
It would be the code minimum, so it would roughly be about 42 inches.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, your contention is that you don't need a higher screen on the north, and the one on the south you can overlook the property. So I would argue that you need a screen on the south.
Sorry, you would argue that you'd need a screen. Can you repeat that, please?
If you look at the drawing that's before us, on the right-hand side,
yeah,
the terrace is set back from the south property line, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but if you're on that terrace, you could see into the yard of the property to the south. I would argue you need screening on the south. The planning department's condition is that you provide screening on the north. I don't understand why they think you need it on the north, because the building itself acts as a screen.
My understanding of that recommendation is because you're closer to the neighboring properties. At this terrace, you could see into the neighbors from yards from all sides. So there's the south, the west, as well as the north.
Okay.
Did you say 42-inch fence, for lack of a better word, around that?
Yes, it would be a guardrail.
But that looks like...
It's not intended. What's shown in the rendering right now is not intended as a privacy screen.
Oh, so it would be a rail with clear glass or something like that?
No, it would not be clear glass. It would be solid.
Rail is 1.1 meter. God, is the screen that we're asking for is higher than
Right, right. So they're already planning to put a 1.1 meter screen around the terrace. I guess before us is whether we want that increased to 1.5 meters.
Yeah.
My view would be is if he's already going to put it in there, 1.5 isn't that much different, and it's consistent with the approach that we generally take with respect to terraces and balconies.
I agree.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
That 1.5 meters, you're really above eye height at that point. Just to say that the terrace guard should be 1.5 meters means that the owners could not look out, their window and then see their yard or get it would be blocking natural light, even if they're sitting on their terrace. My understanding of the recommendation.
Can I respond? I think
Sure.
if you could do that, you could presumably do that looking westward. The issue is planning has suggested you need a 1.5 meter screen on the north. I frankly don't see the need for that. I don't see the need for one on the west, but I do see the need for one on the east.
I just want to make a comment. I think the architect wants to maintain that monolithic look to match with the facade. And if we're asking him to add a screen, it kind of destroys design. So that's my comment. I don't know if that is necessary. I don't know if you should add a semi-translucent screen to kind of find a balance of your aesthetic, adjustment and the requirement for the privacy. Maybe you have to be a bit creative about that. But it looks like this privacy screen is a big part of getting your application approved.
Yes, and I think in response to what was recommended by planning, the one to the north could be worked into the design.
Okay.
Well, that's good to know.
Any further discussion on that topic? Because I can see it's a tricky one. If there is no, Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, planning has a reason for putting in the requirement for 1.5 meter screening. I would assume that the architect and whoever is involved in design would understand that that is one of the requirements if you have a balcony. So design or do not design, this should be something that would be built in. If there is a requirement for the one side, and I think as Mr. Nipfel has quite correctly pointed out, the south side requires some screening as well. So if we're going to do one on the north side, I would recommend that we do it on the south side. And so I'd be more inclined toward putting in a condition that there be screening on both the north and the south sides. The screening is not going to, if it's opaque material, it doesn't necessarily, depending on the material you use, it doesn't necessarily obliterate the owner's views. And that would be my argument for that.
Okay. Does anybody want to try this with a motion? We're trying to capture some different concepts here.
I just want to add one more comment.
Go ahead.
We accept planters as a form of, not that we have to, but we can say perforated screen or semi-translucent screen or planters. Would that be an option for the applicant to use that as a screen?
Planters?
Yeah.
Is that a question for myself?
No, it's actually my suggestion to the motion to include that having a planter can be an option for you to use later on as a screen, not necessarily a physical object.
Are you saying that as a requirement or as a possible design option for a screen?
No, what I'm trying to say is we are about to make a motion to add a condition to this approval, and I was suggesting to have this option for you in that condition.
Okay.
Okay, then I think we're ready to take this application into committee. So we'll take it into committee. We can discuss it and work our way toward a motion. Anyone wishing to express an opinion? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval of the application, subject to the transportation condition and the provision of 1.5 meter high screening on the north and south edges of the second floor balcony. I personally don't think we need it on the north. Planning does. I don't know why. But I think that the condition would allow for a variety of inventive ways of doing that to Aaron's point that are consistent with the strong visual context of the existing or of the proposal before us.
Okay, there's a motion forward. Mr. Byatt, are you seconding?
Yes, I am.
He is seconding. So we have a motion before us. It is moved and seconded to approve based on transportation and based on that particular approach to the screening.
As amended.
As amended. Those in favor of this motion, show of hands, please. It is a unanimous vote.
Mr. Chairman, could we clarify that the applicant knows about the transportation condition?
Can you, that would be helpful.
It says transportation doesn't object to the application. The location is currently licensed for one front yard parking space, partially on city and private property. However, if the permit would be required to remove and or cancel the front yard parking license, I just wanted you to know that that's there. You need to negotiate with them about how to meet that. It's more of a advice than a condition.
So to clarify, that condition was unsure where that's coming from. So there was no intent to remove the front yard parking pad. It was never identified in zoning, and it was never identified in the CLA application, but it was listed in the hearing for some in the notice for some reason.
Okay, just let's leave that there. Let's come back to where we were. We had just voted on a motion that was brought forward, approved, and seconded. We had voted on that, and we voted approval unanimously of the motion. So that is how the that's how the approval stands with transportation conditioned in. And with that, we move along to the next application, which is number 13. Number 13 is 3524 Dundas Street West. And on this application before the panel are submitted materials, covering letter from the agent, arborist report, traffic and parking study from April 11, correspondence from transportation, correspondence from urban forestry, and opposition from 163 Priscilla, 164 Priscilla, and 167 Priscilla. So let's have the agent join us now, please.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We do hear you. State your name, please.
My name is, or through you, Mr. Chair, my name is Morgan Dundas.
Very good. You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Please proceed.
Amazing, thank you so much. So yeah, my name is Morgan Dundas. I'm a land use planner with Goldberg Group, speaking on behalf of the owners today. I will ask that you please pull up the site plan, as I'm sure it would probably assist with this presentation. So the application you see before you requests a variance to former bylaw 1-83 in relation to required parking. A variance is required to permit 13 parking spaces on the subject site. For under bylaw 1-83, the required number of parking spaces is 37. This variance is related to a site plan application that is currently with the city. The site plan application is very far advanced, and we just made our final resubmission to the city. The site plan application relates to the proposed 6-story storage facility. Through this site plan application, we have been in thorough discussions with city staff. As a result of the site plan process, a transportation study prepared by NextTrans was submitted, which you have before you. The study compared our proposal to similar storage facilities in the city and found a parking rate of 13 spaces to be acceptable. As you can see from both the transportation memo and community planning memo, dated August 27th and August 24th, that city staff are in agreement with our proposed parking supply in relation to this minor variance. I would like to take a quick moment to address the 3 letters of objection that were submitted to the committee. I thank the individuals of the community for making their opinions known. While I understand they have concerns with parking in their neighborhood, south of Dundas Street West, our proposal will have adequate parking for users coming to and from the site. They should be assured that our proposal intends to maintain adequate parking on the subject lands. This application meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act, as it is minor in nature, meets the intent of the official plan and zoning bylaw, and is desirable. That's all. I actually can't hear you.
Pardon me. Okay, very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, panel members, any questions at this time, or shall we listen to the speakers who are standing by registered in opposition? Let's do that. Okay, first speaker standing by. Please join us by stating your name.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Connor Caldwell. I'm a resident of 163 Priscilla Avenue.
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll do a very quick overview. The local area close to the proposed development is oversubscribed and underprovided as far as parking is concerned. So any impact that's made on the local parking is of major concern. with that in mind, the variance application that's before us has a number of supporting studies that have been made. I'll run through some of my concerns with those. The supporting requirement or information for the requirement of 13 spaces as opposed to 37 as required by the bylaw is based off of studies done on supposed comparable sites and developments. The means in which the requirement is established is based on the occupancy rate of those facilities. The occupancy rate of those facilities was detailed in Nextran's report, as mentioned earlier. It was based on monitoring done on the neighboring site over the course of 2.5 days, 29 hours in total. The rate that was determined based on that occupancy is what the proposed variance rate is based on. This rate, I believe, is far too low. The time of the study and the duration of the study I don't think is sufficient, nor do I think it gives a true representation of what the occupancy at the storage facility would be. The cover letter that was submitted also details, I think it's 7 or 8 similar proposed or developed storage facilities who also made Committee of Adjustment parking variance applications. These applications were approved to different degrees of modification from the zoning bylaw. The average parking requirement that was provided was 64% of what the zoning bylaw requires. The proposed development offers 35.14%. I don't see a grounds for such a huge reduction in the parking provision. I think it's too low, and I believe that as a result of that, there will be a huge impact on the neighborhood. So I believe that needs to be looked into further. So let me just look at my notes. The current site that is in question, this is not part of the variance, but just so everybody has an understanding of the sensitive nature of parking. The current proposed site is a beer store. Approximately 8, 10, 12 spaces, parking spaces in that property are currently utilized by a neighboring business. Those parking people will all be relocated or dislocated from their current parking and will also be looking for on-street parking in the local vicinity. I know that's not part of this variance, but it's worth considering the concern that everybody has for the increase of relocated parking and the added requirement as part of this facility, which is underprovided for, I believe. Similar facilities, when looking at them, have on-site parking. That parking tends to be used for storing items as part of the storage facility, cars, RVs, caravans, boats. I believe that there's no provision made in the application that states that that will not be the case for the spaces that are being provided. I also understand that the technician on this file has been made aware that the public posting that's required as part of this variance application, those requirements have not been met as far as I understand. And when this was brought to their attention, they were already aware of it. I believe that may have been Stanley Wu, but I would be curious to know if any consideration has been given to that. So on screen is my letter at the moment. If you want to scroll down through it, I'm not sure if there's any other sort of concerns that I'd like to touch on. Yeah, I think I'm good with that.
Thank you very much. Okay. Questions for this speaker panel? I have one, which and then Mr. Nipfel to follow me. So, as I read the materials on this, Mr. Caldwell, the issue appears to arise, or part of it arises from the fact that the ironworkers currently are able to park at the beer store. Do you know, do they do that with the benefit of an agreement between the iron shop and the beer store?
I don't know. I doubt it. That's really just an extra piece of information to paint the picture of what the local parking scenario is. It's not directly related to this variance application, I don't think.
Well, it is related in the sense that the concern here is in the overall parking situation with respect to the subject site and the immediately adjacent alternative areas to park. So if we have iron workers who can't park at the iron shop facility because they haven't provided space for them there, who now park at the beer store, that's one thing, but I don't think we can, I mean, how do we impose that requirement on a subsequent owner to provide parking for the adjacent business?
No, I understand that. That's not what I'm suggesting. It was really a case of to point out how sensitive the parking situation is in the immediate neighborhood.
Okay. Any other questions for this speaker panel? Mr. Niffel, go ahead.
Mr. Caldwell, you indicated that there was some problem with the notice. Could you clarify what the issue is? Was the sign not put up in time, or can you clarify what the issue is?
Yes, absolutely. I believe some of the other members who may speak in opposition to this are more familiar with the details. But as far as I understand, and I'm not that familiar with the requirements, but I understand that as part of making notice available for this Committee of Adjustment hearing, there is a requirement to post information on it on the subject property. That information, I gather, was posted and was very shortly after removed, and was removed for almost the duration of the period from posting and notifying the residences within the 200 feet or 60-meter radius, as is the requirement. It was removed, and only at the point where one of the local residents raised it with the committee, I believe, at that point they acknowledged that yes, it was not present, it had been removed, or was perhaps not posted. I believe there was a picture showing that it had been posted, subsequently removed, and only on somebody having noticed and raised this issue was it reposted. So as a result of that, you probably have a very low attendance at this hearing. You probably have a low number of letters posted in objection because the local community have not been sufficiently notified.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do acknowledge that the posting did take place, but then it's apparent that the posting was removed. We don't know who removed it, but we know it was put up, then somehow it was taken down. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, can you give us any guidance in this area? Does this in any way...
Through you, Mr. Chair, we may want to go back to the agent to ask the question about whether or not the sign has been posted for the 10 days leading up to today.
Will do. Okay. Let us then go to the next registered speaker. Standing by, please join us by stating your name.
Hi, my name is Sharon Tovey, and I'm a resident at 164.
Very good, Sharon. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
You know, I don't need 5 minutes because really Connor has been very succinct and very thorough in his, you know, in his investigations of, you know, what's happened with situations and other, simply to say that I use on-street parking. And I am constantly challenged. And while that may not be your problem, again, like Connor said, I think it has to be in consideration. We do have a bar that is on the corner, on the southeast corner, and very often there's overspill from that bar. Again, it may not be your issue, but I'm mentioning it because I want you to understand why we have a greater concern. The other thing I also want to make, you know, again, is about the iron workers. I know Connor wasn't suggesting that you go to the owner because we know you can't. Simply to say that if that parking spots are taken away from him, that those people will end up parking on Priscilla because we are right there in line like the first street. And we have no parking limitations on the street other than overnight parking. So I really think that this all has to be or needs to be known for their consideration.
Thank you. Any questions here for this speaker panel? Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Maria Lovas, and I reside at 167 Priscilla Avenue.
Please go
I
ahead.
again park on this street, and do find that a parking situation, especially in the PM peak hours, is often stressed, where my husband and I find it very difficult to find parking, and just feel that the businesses on the south side of Dundas don't support enough parking on their premises. So we just find that there is an overlap, and that it's a cause of concern, and I'd like to see more parking spaces added to the proposal.
Okay, I mean, my question, I guess, so the impression I'm getting is that the beer store has been a great relief parking site. Everybody was able to, if they were going to the bar or going to the iron shed, they could probably park at the beer store and not get ticketed for it. Has that been the situation? Hello? Okay, I guess we've lost the speaker, have we? Maria?
To you, Mr. Chair, it seems like she's been just disconnected.
Yes, somehow we have lost Maria. Okay. Okay, then. Let's then...
I can try calling.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't know if Larry and Aaron as well.
Ooh.
Because their videos are not up.
Okay, so we seem to be potentially experiencing some technical issues here that involve members of the panel and also persons calling in.
Mr. Chairman, while we wait, could the applicant speak to the issue about notice?
Yeah, we will. I'd rather get panel members back and just to see if we need a panel here to hear that answer. Because we're right now, Carl, both Larry and Aaron are not. Larry and Aaron, are you able to talk? Yeah, we've lost both Larry and Aaron in whatever this issue is.
We had the same problem at the last hearing as well.
So here's Maria back. Okay. Maria?
Hello?
Maria?
Yes, hello.
Yes. Hello there.
Hi.
I'm glad.
Hi, sorry, my power just went out and I've lost my internet connection.
Okay, good. Okay, well, you're back with us now. Very good. Okay.
Okay, great.
I had put a question to you when that power outage affected you, and then my question was just one to kind of get the situation. So it sounds to me as if the beer store, which had very, very ample parking, had become a convenient spot for people that were going to the bar to park at, for people that were going to work at the iron shop to park at. Is that sort of been the way that things have been working day to day?
So, right. So the business, the patrons of the bar don't park at the beer store. It's just the iron workers definitely park at the beer store. But there are businesses on the south side of Dundas between Jane and Priscilla that use parking on Priscilla as well. So, I mean, the street does provide additional parking for these businesses. And so our concern is just that as you know, the landscape changes along Dundas and there's more developments and more vehicular traffic, there's going to be congestion on the streets regarding parking. And us at the top of the street don't have parking on our properties, so we do rely on street parking.
You don't have parking on your property?
There's a shared, well, we've got like a shared driveway, but, you know, the vehicles are just too wide to go to the back, so we park on the street.
And does that
We pay
involve
for
parking permits?
Yes, so we pay for parking permits.
I get it, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, okay, at this point, we are reduced to a panel of 3. And Mr. Clay and Mr. Chang are both out of communication with us. We do have a quorum. So that being the case, let's carry on. We'll see if we can reconnect with the applicant. And the applicant will have a chance to respond to the concerns
Yep,
by...
Can you hear me okay?
We do hear you. This is
Okay,
your chance to
beautiful.
respond. Okay, go ahead.
Yep. So I guess I'll just start with a number. I guess just the itemized list of comments that were raised by the community members. So number one, you know, our transportation report has been vetted by professional staff at the city. And as you know, with a site plan application, it's done at a very clinical level. So those rates that we proposed for parking, as well as our comparisons were agreed to by city staff as being accurate and appropriate. There's also talk about parking at the beer store. I can't say whether, you know, the beer store authorizes the parking of the metal workers or whether they just use it at their own free will without, you know, I guess the scare of being ticketed. And then there was, I guess, a comment about the public notice. So I had posted the public notice on the site Tuesday, the 26th of July. I received an email from Stanley Wu on Friday, the 29th of July, stating that the public notice sign had been taken down. It was not by our party or by the owner. And I had gone out to the site and put up a new public notice sign by July 31st. So there was appropriate notice given. Was it an inconvenience? Yes, of course, but not a problem. The public notice was posted and posted in the front window of the beer store. And I confirmed that by sending photos to Stanley. And Stanley Wu was totally happy with that.
Okay, and you can speak to this because you personally are the one who posted the notices. That's true, right?
Yep, exactly. Yeah, yeah, you have my word.
Okay, thank you.
You're
All
very
right,
welcome.
then. Okay. Panel members, any questions? Any questions now for the applicant? Glad to have the panel back in full force. Mr. Bayek, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. I take it the parking spaces are required for people coming to use the facilities, storage facilities, in other words, bringing stuff to store and removing stuff that they have stored. So it's an in and out kind of situation.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it's not. These are indoor storage facilities. So there won't be the storing of boats or anything like that. Like, these parking spaces are used like more of a transient use. So somebody would pull in, offload their materials, put it in the storage locker, you know, get back in their car or leave, like that kind of thing. So
Is there some, sorry to interrupt, is
Sure.
there some mechanism by which you will be able to monitor, assuming you've got 15 cars arriving at the same time, presumably the 2 cars would be told, you know, you got to wait or come back tomorrow or something of that sort?
yeah, I would imagine.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. If there are no further questions, let's take the application into committee for a motion. If anyone has discussion before the motion, please go ahead. Any comments? Mr. Nipfel, yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to proceed with the motion. Does anyone have comments first?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Chair, I'll just, yeah, I had connection issues, so perhaps staff could just mark me as absent because I missed a good portion of the conversation.
I have the same problem too, as you can see. I think we live not too far away from. I lost power for about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay then. So why don't you two, do you two want to stand out of this vote then, and just that the three of us can vote on it that didn't get disconnected? Okay. That's what we'll do. We do have quorum with the three. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead with your motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I think there is clearly a parking problem in this community, but it doesn't sound as though this application is going to generate more of a problem. It sounds as though the problem exists, as many of the speakers have said, by existing businesses on the south side of Dundas. I don't think, with all due respect, that that is an issue that this particular applicant is expected to or needs to respond to. I have to take it on the advice of his consultant that the number of parking spaces they're providing will meet the needs of the use, and that's the only concern that I think we have. We shouldn't be providing overflow parking for other uses, notwithstanding the fact on Priscilla there is a problem. It's not this applicant's responsibility to solve that problem, not to exacerbate it, but I don't think he will be exacerbating it. Having said all that, I would like to move approval of the application subject to forestry condition number 2. In the planning department condition that's requested that any approval be tied to the plans that are on file with us.
Thank you. It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to so approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that is a vote of 3 unanimously, those that are qualified to vote on this particular application. So motion carried, and the application is so approved. Thank you. That takes us along to item number 14, 34 Warren Road. Here we have before us submitted materials, plus revised materials from August the 3rd, site plan, floor plans, elevations, plus correspondence from the agent, August 3rd. And we shall ask the agent for 34 Warren Road to join us. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Yuri Seneca. I'm the acting agent for the owner at 34 Warren Road.
Good afternoon. Very good.
Good.
Panel members, questions for this agent? I have one question for you. Do you know what percentage of the rear is soft landscaping?
I don't know that offhand, but I can give you the information in about 5 minutes. But it's well over 50% because of the overall lot size is quite large.
Yes. Okay. No, you don't need to do that. It hasn't drawn a variance, so I was surprised it hadn't drawn a variance, but it obviously has not. Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Nipfel?
Maybe that's.
Chairman, will we be hearing from the owner at 40?
Yes, we've contacted the owners over at 40, which are probably most impacted by the addition of 5 feet.
But
they've suggested that they would like, and I don't understand their request. They've suggested that they want the window on the north the north-facing window to be removed, but there's all sorts of north-facing windows. Can you help me understand what the concern is?
Okay, so there is existing windows to the north, but within the addition area, there was a window that was proposed initially. And after talking to the owners of 40 Warren, the window has been removed since because they were concerned about obviously privacy onto their lot. And for the client, that was not an issue because really that window was not really needed anyways. And so there's a letter that was signed by the owner of 40 Warren Road, basically agreeing to the proposal and giving their consent to it. And there was also screening conversation, which the owner also is willing to supply to the level where it is currently.
Thank you very much.
Okay, hearing no further questions, let's take this into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Nipfel? Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think that this is essentially a very minor application, and I'm very glad to hear that the consultation with the adjacent neighbor has resulted in some changes that remove the objection of that neighbor. Based on that, I'd like to move approval of the application. I would suggest that the approval be tied to the plans because the plans that are on file, because the plans indicate the removal of the window that was contentious.
Okay. That motion is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, show of hands, please. And the vote is unanimous. We've lost Mr. Clay again, but we do have 4 votes to carry that motion and approve the application. And we move along to number 15. 408 Markham Street. On this application before us, submitted materials, an arborist report from April, staff reports from Community Planning and Urban Forestry, and correspondence supporting from 410 Markham. And we shall ask the agent to join us. Please state your name.
Hi, Adam. You've been unmuted.
The architect for the proposal at 408 Markham Street.
We lost the first part. Would you mind stating your name again, please?
My name is Adam Brander, and my address is 49 Bolton Avenue in Toronto.
Very good, thank you. Questions, panel?
Chair.
Mr. Bike, go ahead.
Just a quick question. I was just going to ask if the agent is aware of the pardon me, recommendations from planning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm aware there's no concerns from planning, and we've corresponded with them regarding tying things to plans to keep the massing respectful and the mitigative measures that it provides.
I was just referring to the recommendations from planning dated July 28th. That the depth of the building limited, the depth of the building of 21.32 meters be limited to the extent of the proposed one-story addition. And the second part is the rooftop, the proposed rooftop access and roof deck constructed substantially in accordance with the footprint.
Could we put up, staff, could we put up that 28 July staff report from planning, please? There's the recommendations, okay. So the question to you, applicant, is are you familiar, or are you familiar with these recommendations by planning?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brander, the condition by planning to tie it to plans would then call up the, I guess, the building section and the elevations. What I'm not clear of is on drawing A11, there's a very substantial rooftop deck, and it doesn't appear that there's any screening for that deck. I know it's set back from the edge of the building wall, but would you be objecting, or would you have any other comments about screening of that deck from adjacent properties?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, if we can refer to the rooftop access plan. It's as it shows the on A07 in the drawing set, it's 1.2 meters setback from the north side and greater than that on the south side. There is also a parapet that exists for the existing building, so in no way will overlook or be a concern for the proposed extent of the roof deck, and tying it to plans we feel kind of locks that in. Additionally, the idea of putting privacy screening might create more shadow and be a less desirable condition. So the preference would be just to keep it as a guardrail and tied to plans.
Thank you.
Okay. If no further questions, this application can be taken into committee for a motion. Any discussion in advance? Go ahead. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have difficulty with the application. My initial concern was with the rooftop deck, but as Mr. Brander had indicated, it is set back from the edge of the building, and therefore perhaps a larger screen is not necessary to adjust for privacy. Subject to that particular condition, as I said, no difficulty with the application. I'd recommend or move a motion of approval subject to the planning department's conditions and forestry condition number 2.
Okay, so are you including in your motion both the recommendations made by planning, 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. There's a motion. Mr. Byatt seconds. It is moved and seconded to approve. Please show hands. Those in favor.
Chair, I missed your introductory remarks with technical issues again, but I think I was substantially informed by the discussion to enable me to vote.
Very good, Mr. Clay. I think so too. So that is a unanimous vote to carry the motion and approve the application. The panel goes along now to number 1654, Osborne Avenue. Before us are submitted materials, 5 photographs dating to March. Presentation materials from the agent, 28 July. Staff report from Urban Forestry. There is correspondence here in the form of 12 form letters in support. There is correspondence in interest or concern from 84 Swanwick. There is correspondence in opposition from 54A Osborne, 47 Kimberley, 69 Kimberley, 56 Osborne, and 71 Kimberley. So we shall ask, first of all, the agent to join us. State your name, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Craig Race, architect on the application.
Very good, Mr. Race. You have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel.
If you could please pull up our presentation material. This is a fairly interesting case, committee members, where this project began as a fully as-of-right laneway suite application. However, partway through, prior to building permit, the bylaws were changed to make it non-conformance. If you go to the second page, please. The change that occurred to the bylaws was that now when a side lot line abuts an adjacent property's rear lot line, a 1.5 meter setback is required for laneway suites. So you can see in this case, the properties along Swanwick Avenue have their rear lot lines abutting the subject property. If you go to the next page, please. This resulted in 1.5 meters of the south portion of the laneway suite suddenly not being in compliance and requiring a minor variance. We just considered redesigning it. However, given the circumstance, we are proceeding with the minor variances due to context. If you go to the next page, you'll see that there's a very large temple immediately adjacent to the laneway suite that's essentially over 3 stories tall, and it doesn't use its rear yard. So we determined that the adjacency to this large commercial structure meant that the variance was justified. If you go to the next page again, you'll also see that there are garden sheds and the like sheltering any impacts this application would have from the houses along Swanwick. We've been in discussion with those neighbors and they have all been supportive. If you go to the next page, you'll see the impact this would have on the design. If we were to comply, it would essentially eliminate a bedroom and a lot of auxiliary spaces, making this less friendly to family-oriented living. Next page again, you can see the height of the temple adjacent to this structure substantially overpowers the application. Once again, the application is fully compliant in terms of setbacks, height, etc. for a laneway suite. Sorry, I should say rear setback and separation from the main house. A fairly comprehensive stakeholder outreach program was done by the owners, and there's generally good support from the neighborhood. We are aware of the opposition from the neighbor to the north, and these minor variances do not affect any of the building massing adjacent to their site. We're also familiar with the letters from the Kimberley Avenue neighbors who are concerned about access, and we actually have an increased separation from the rear lot line for this project, so we're improving the vehicle access along the laneway compared to an as-of-right garage or the like. So in conclusion, we think this minor variance is justified and suitable for the context, and I appreciate any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, shall we, do you want a question now, Mr. Nipfel? Go ahead.
Just a very quick one, because I think it impacts on what we're going to hear. Can you tell me what happens between the laneway and the front, the front of the laneway suite? Is there parking in that space?
No, there is no parking in that space.
So
only
it's just landscape?
That's correct, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
We'll hear now from the first speaker standing by in opposition. Join us, please, by stating your name.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Please state your name.
This is Sukhan Lai. I'm a representative of 84 Swanwick Avenue, which is a Buddhist temple.
Go ahead. Okay. Wait, just a second now. Okay. And would you mind stating your name once again, please?
Sukhan Lai. L-A-I, Miss Lai.
Very good.
My last name.
Go ahead.
Okay. So our temple is directly adjacent to the area where the proposed laneway house is built. And there are 2 major concerns from us. Number one is definitely flooding. With the taking away of a total of 1.5 meter, which is 15 square meters of soft landscaping area. So if this is allowed, which means there's very, very little soft area left over from the already very narrow strip of land. And so we can anticipate that the increased surface overflow of water, even though collected by the gutters, will eventually accentuate the water to the neighborhood lots. And also, in addition, like without buffer of the 1.5 meter as a buffer, like, you know, between our backyard and the house, we're going to get all the water, snow, and debris in severe weathers. And in the last 24 months, our temple has experienced together like 3 heavy flooding, which necessitate quite a bit of effort to manage the aftermath. And we have been advised by our insurance carrier that our house is located in an area where the hazard of having potential flooding is ongoing. So the proposed zero setback will definitely make our potential flooding situation from bad to worse. Okay. Unfortunately, I have no experience in this, so I don't have any picture to show you, but I would imagine it's not difficult to understand this issue. And the second issue is fire safety concern. The side of the proposed house will take up the entire length of our backyard. Okay. Hello?
You're with the panel. Go ahead, please.
Okay. And it means that the 2-story high concrete wall will become the fence of our backyard. So in case there is a fire that affects our temple, it is impossible for our congregation to use the backyard to escape. Right now, even though there's a fence, but with the setback, we can simply climb over the fence to get to safety. And right now, our next door neighbor is very kind. The house provided sort of a 2-by-2 square feet escape way for us right now. That is not permanent. This is totally like out of the goodwill of our neighbor next door to provide this fire escape. But the situation will change if the ownership of our neighborhood house changes. Then we will lose the fire escape from the backyard. So we see this is a very serious concern when we picture that in a situation where fire broke out in the front and there is no escape in the back, we can only use the very narrow sidewalk to escape to the front of the house, which definitely is our major concern, because even though the temple is not used every day, but definitely on the weekends and also on some days during the week, and we can have a congregation of dozens of people. So this is why, you know, we need to state our concern in writing. We have identified these issues and we're voicing them loudly. We do not want to be put in a spot where we're held liable to any harms caused by our negligence in identifying and bringing issues to the attention of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, panel? Hearing none, we'll go on to the next register.
Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Nipfel first, Mr. Clay second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Ms. Lau, you've referred to in your submission and in your speech today, you've referred to your property both as a house and a temple. Is it a temple?
It is a practicing temple, yeah. It is a temple in use.
And what is your rear yard setback from the back of the property to the back of the building?
Sorry?
What is your rear yard setback? How much space is there between the back of the property and the back of your building?
I think, I'm not too sure. I don't quite understand your question.
How much space is there between?
I think it's like 2 meters.
How much? 2 meters?
So the fence, you refer to the backyard fence and the main structure, right?
So it's about 6 feet.
Uh-huh.
Now, that's very small. Did you receive a variance to have such a small rear yard?
I have no idea when we purchased this temple. It's already like the way it is. It's been there for like, centuries. And we only have taken over this place like a few years ago.
Okay, and because the rear yard, many of the problems that you're referring to are the result of you having a very small backyard, rear yard.
That's right, yeah.
And that I would guess is the result of a decision in the past to approve an application to build the temple.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Clay, you had a question?
I did. Ms. Lau, you've raised the important issue about emergency exit and access. However, I am a little concerned that your principal reliance for emergency exit is on basically an agreement with a neighbor. I guess my concern would be whether your church is fire code compliant, because the fire code does have certain requirements for egress in the case of fire or an emergency. And I'm not an expert in this, but I rather doubt that a legitimate exit point is going through your neighbor's yard. So is your church fire code compliant?
I can answer your question. I'm not the expert, but I would expect so. Because just a few years ago, we go through all the legal process to attain this temple.
So you have an exit in the front in the case of fire?
We have exit in the front.
And
we have a side door, but the side door, it can go to the backyard as well as the front. But if we cannot go through the backyard, then in case there's a fire, we can only exit from the front. I guess originally with the original owner, they thought out this this difficulty, and that's why they have agreement from the neighbor next door to provide us with a sort of an escape, which is there's a little square area that is cut in the corner of the backyard of next door. We can actually exit from their backyard to the street in case there's a problem. But we cannot rely on this forever, but because it's purely from the goodwill of our neighbor. And if the ownership changes, the situation changes.
So then is your contention that by the applicant building their laneway suite, that prohibits you from exiting from your backyard?
To the street, yeah, to the street.
To the street?
Yeah.
But they're building in behind your church, not in front?
No, behind there's a laneway that we can, that is what I call the street, right?
Right, so
So if the setback is taken away, then our backyard would be directly facing fence of concrete wall. That
But again-
becomes our fence.
But I'm struggling to understand this, and I'm sorry for panel members for belaboring this point, but I'm struggling to understand how a laneway suite would prohibit your access to the laneway if you otherwise don't have access to the laneway.
Because the new house will take up the entire backyard, the length of our entire backyard.
But
right? And before, even though before when there's a garage, there is a setback area that in case of emergency, we can simply climb over a backyard fence.
Right. So again, your emergency plan relies on you obtaining access to a neighboring property. I mean, that's my biggest concern is that your access relies on others as opposed to your own property. Okay.
Yes.
That's fine.
Good,
Thank
very
you
good.
for clarifying that.
Is there any other question for this speaker?
Mr. Chairman, one further question. The survey indicates that there's a garage and an adjacent shed that covers the same area as the laneway suite. So if the shed and the garage are there, then the roof that Ms. Lau is speaking about doesn't exist. There it is there, the drawing there. So is the shed not there?
The shed is there, but is still the setback is there, right? But if you remove, that already, because of, well, I'm having technical difficulty with my computer.
Can I just chime in? Can our colleague in the city go to Google Map and drop that little human to the laneway at the back, then everyone can see it very clearly. I can't share my screen, but there is an existing garage.
There is an existing garage, but that's not adjacent to our.
You have a little gap and walkway that you're relying on passing through that line in order to get out. I know exactly what you mean. It seems like that is your property, but it's not.
Okay, at this point, we do have other speakers standing by to address the committee. I think we have to leave these points and go on to hear the next speakers because there are an additional 4 speakers on this application. So let's now go to the next speaker standing by to speak.
Hi, Derek. You've been unmuted.
Could you state your name, please?
Yeah, my name's Derek Smith, and I live at 56 Osborne Avenue.
Very good. You have 5 minutes to address the panel.
Great, thank you. So our biggest concern, my wife and I, is privacy, and although it seems the laneway house, or the laneway suite is set back as per the bylaw, we just noticed a window on the east elevation that will look directly towards our hot tub. Not directly, I'm sorry, it faces the back of that house, but certainly you could see us in our backyard and on our back porch there. So I guess that's my first question. Can we, are we able to create some sort of privacy mitigation here, whether that be clear story, frosted windows, that sort of thing would be my first request. Second one is really pedestrian safety, and it's just seems to me that the primary egress for people living in this laneway suite is down the existing laneway, which does not have enough room for a car and a pedestrian. And so that would be a concern for all of us, that there'd be some sort of accident down there. Everyone else on that back lane has primary access to a main city street. Third one is just the rental conditions in the bylaw seem strange to me. And again, you can read my response there. It doesn't really speak to the the minor variance, but I wanted to make that point. Number 4 is drainage, and I think this, although during smaller storms, probably not a huge problem. I see that there is a stormwater inlet in the laneway just adjacent to this house. If you look at Google Maps, you'll probably see it. And I believe that is the overall major system drainage inlet for this area. So, having a few lots with 0 setback may create a situation where that drainage is backed up during a large storm. And then number 5, my final was tree canopy, and I think the forestry staff report probably speaks to this as well, but there are some smaller trees on the lot, which of course we're not necessarily concerned with, but it's the overhanging trees. There's 2 quite large ones, which I think the design does avoid, although probably need to look at whether the root zone is within the excavations. But there are a couple trees within that 1.5 meter setback that would be great to save as well, that provide quite a bit of tree canopy in this area. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions here, panel? Okay, let's go on then to the next speaker standing by.
Hi, Richard. You've been unmuted.
Hey, thank you. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hear you well. State your name, please.
My name is Richard Pitcher. I live on 59 Kimberley Avenue. And I really appreciate the opportunity, the chance to chat with you guys. I must echo a couple of things that, my former folks had just chatted with you about. Number 1, you have received 7 complaints of objections and 1 that did not comply. When I look at the 1, and I'm sure it's in front of you, and please, if not, I'm happy to share that with you. The person that did comply didn't give any reason as to why they did comply. She just said, yes, I'm happy to do that. I've been a resident on this street for over 25 years. The neighborhood is fantastic. We love it. We love the trees. We love the the environment, etc. And we continue to grow our family on this neighborhood. I must echo both the folks that did talk to you guys ahead of time, especially Ms. Lau. She said 2 things. She said number 1 is that the change of environment and the look and feel is key. Number 2 is the soft landing landscaping is also a major concern, and you guys should take that into consideration. And I think that the person that spoke before me said that as well. But more importantly, my concern is the safety. Coming into that laneway and coming around the laneway is going to be inhibited. There's no way that this platform is going to allow for emergency vehicles to come into our backyard and do anything to get people out of there and from an emergency perspective, and for people that want to do things to renovate and better their environment. Not going to happen. So I have to object. I wish I would. I have the ability on my property to also do what this individual wants to do, but I'm not going to do it. I just think it's the right thing to do. I think it's, I don't know. What can I tell you guys? We want to contain and have the right look and feel for our neighborhood. So I tell you, please accept our objection on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this speaker panel? Hearing none, we'll go to the final speaker and ask her to join us by stating her name.
To you, Mr. Chair. It seems like they have left the room.
Very
so-
good.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Let us then, and now we'll return to the applicant, who will have a chance to rebut responding to the issues raised by the speakers. Mr. Race.
Sorry about that. I was still muted.
There you go.
So in response, Mr. Chair, with respect to water, it is typical for laneway suites to go lot line to lot line. We will have to comply with grading requirements as part of the building permit application process. So it will be upon us to ensure all site water is contained within our site and will not flow into adjacent properties. And again, because it's common for laneway suites to go lot line to lot line on the sides, the bylaw change that's requiring the 1.5 meter setback here doesn't have anything to do with drainage or the like. It's all a matter of built form massing and being more sensitive when your side lot line abuts a rear lot line. And again, we're seeking the variance because of the imposing mass of the temple structure, which is why we think it's valid to seek this variance. With respect to flooding of the adjacent properties, our application will certainly not contribute to that. In fact, it will be an improvement over the existing structure. With respect to fire safety, there is no ability for other properties to use the subject property for emergency access. There are no easements or the like. So it's up to each property to deal with exiting of their own volition. And per the survey, the temple does not have any adjacency to the public laneway, so they would have to go across adjacent properties to use it as emergency access, and that certainly would not be permitted across the subject site. Further to that, the laneway suite in question does comply with all emergency access requirements imposed by the city. There was a comment about overlook from the east-facing windows or the rear yard windows. There are no requirements in the bylaws to require clerestory or frosted windows facing the rear yard, and we would be opposed to any conditions related to that. There are no windows being proposed in the north or south walls of the laneway suite, so we're only overlooking our own rear yard and the laneway. I'm not sure if there were any other comments I should respond to. Did I miss any, Mr. Chair?
That's up to you, my friend, to determine. So, okay.
I think that's sufficient. Thank you very much for your time today.
There was one with respect to, I think, there was the one with respect to overlook on the hot tub.
Yes, so per my last comment, we do only have east-facing windows, not north-facing windows, and all dormer size, window requirements, etc., are fully compliant with the bylaws.
Okay, thank you very much. All right.
Thank you.
Panel members, questions for the applicant. Mr. Nipp will go first.
Just one of clarification to the applicant. If you weren't building this laneway suite, you said in your comments that you wouldn't be agreeable to allowing your property to be used as a route between the back of the temple and the lane at any rate. That's correct, is it not? So the argument that the temple has raised that currently they can jump the fence and get to the laneway, you're saying legally speaking you wouldn't allow that anyway, right?
That is correct, and it's not so much a question of it wouldn't be allowed, but they cannot rely on going across adjacent properties to access the public realm.
Yeah, fair enough. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
My question for you is this, because you see there is opposition. If you were to build this, you just have the one variance. You're building to the side lot line at 0. Hasn't drawn a soft landscaping variance, but if you were building this as of right without this variance, tell us about the impact on your application. I mean, how big an impact would that be?
So with respect to the opposition, there are also 11 properties who have submitted documented support, and the canvassing done by the owner was beyond that. So there is quite a lot of support for this application. In terms of the impact it would have if this variance were not granted, is quite simply it would affect the family-oriented nature of the application. Right now, it's a 2-bedroom plus den, very suitable for stable long-term tenants, which are common in just a very established residential area. If this area were to be taken out of the building, there would be fewer bedrooms and it would be less conducive to families, essentially. And because that's an effect or an intention of the official plan and the laneway policy, as well as the goal of the owner in this case, we think it's a suitable variance to ensure we're preserving the family-oriented nature.
Very good, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this applicant? Hearing none, we're ready, I think, to take this application into committee where we can move toward a motion. If anyone has comments they'd like to make first, please go ahead. Mr. Clay, go first. Mr. Byatt, second.
Sure, I'm happy to start, Chair. First of all, acknowledge everyone who's written in and shared their comments with us today. It's not uncommon for folks to be apprehensive about laneway suites. They are new. However, generically, this is a policy that the City of Toronto has been advancing and supports, and in existing established neighborhoods as well. This application is pretty darn close to being as of right, and the explanation that the agent has given us with respect to the need for a 1 point side yard setback actually makes sense to me. I understand that by the virtue of the configuration of the lot relative to the lane. I thought the design was quite modest. It wasn't flagrant in any way. There is no other variances where we often see other variances for laneway suites. A note on the church and the emergency access. I think they'd be well advised to consider their emergency plan and figure out exactly what they should be relying on and ensure that it's fire code compliant. But in general, I think this is a reasonable application, and I don't think it will disrupt the neighborhood. And I think it's supportable. So I will be supporting this application.
Thank you. Mr. Byatt? Mr. Byatt, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. I'd like to just say I think Mr. Clay has basically said exactly had the same sentiments that I would like to have expressed. I do believe it's a supportable application, notwithstanding all the comments that have been made in opposition. I was also looking at the letters of support. A lot of the letters of support are in the immediate vicinity, with a number of the folks who have access to the laneway as well. So some of the criticisms with regard to pedestrian and vehicular traffic in the laneway, I don't quite see that. I can see people being apprehensive, but I think there are other folks there who are supportive of this change. And I think given the very unique situation of this proposal, the Temple property, I think it's quite reasonable that they would have basically build on the zero lot line. So I'd be willing to support this as well.
Does anyone care to make a motion? Oh, Mr. Chen, go ahead.
No, I just want to add that I agree with two of my colleagues, and the exit of that temple, I guess they will have to sort it out with the authority themselves. Either way, it's not a legal exit. I was just trying to see if there's any common area laneway, but as the applicant said, there's no such thing agreed by law, so it's not going to be helpful at all. And the scale of the construction is quite appropriate. It's only one variant, so I'm very happy to support as well.
I'll look to someone then to make a motion. Mr. Bike, go right ahead.
Sure, I'm happy to move a motion to approve this application. I believe subject to forestry condition number 2.
Does that have a second? It is seconded. Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve, subject to forestry. Those in favor, please show hands. And there's a unanimous vote to carry the motion and approve the application. Thank you. Number 17 is number 8, Britton Street. And on this application, we have one person registered in opposition. Is that person standing by, moderator?
No, that person is not standing by.
Okay. So, no one standing by in opposition. We'll go to the applicant now and ask that applicant to join us. Please state your name.
Chairman, I don't know if I could be heard.
You are heard clearly.
Yes, thank you. Yes, my name's Paul Cronus. I'm a land use planner with Weir Folds. I'm the agent on this application. And I can do a full presentation for you. I can answer your questions. This is an application that seeks 4 minor variances as identified in the notice. The variants 1 and 2.
Just a second, please.
Yeah,
Just,
yes,
I'm going to confer with my colleagues on the panel to see whether, Paul, they'd like a presentation or whether they have just questions. So, panel members,
Yes,
any requests for presentation here? Not hearing any. Questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have concern with variance number 1, which provides for no accessible parking. And I read all of your material. I understand how the proposal will work, and I have no difficulty with the proposal. But it strikes me that if somebody with accessibility needs shows up, there's nowhere for them to park. There isn't accessible parking provided on the streets nearby. And I'm perhaps answering my own question. Is the reason that you're not providing accessible parking because you don't have to unless you provide 5 or more parking under the new parking provisions? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I can explain to you in two different circumstances. The City of Toronto just last week enacted zoning bylaw 1049/2022. There was an anomaly in the original parking bylaw 89/2002 where they required 1 accessible park. There was never the intent to provide accessible parking in the instance when no parking is required, and that was corrected last week by council. And that bylaw is now in its final stages of being implemented. In other words, it's going through its appeal process. So that's the only reason why that variance arises. Secondly, in respect of accessible parking, there was 1 accessible parking spot immediately across the street on the south side of Britton Street, which was removed by the City of Toronto, and it was replaced with pay parking, pay and display. But all the dimensions of the parking spot remain there. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and the owner is quite committed and is very accommodative, and will. People that attend the facility here attend by appointment. They don't show up as you do in a normal retail store. This is a showroom. So they would know if there's any accommodation requirements that they will certainly take care of.
Thank you.
I have a question for you with respect to variance number 3. And
Yes.
on that variance, could you tell us then, in the absence of type B loading space, what is your plan for loading and unloading at the site?
Yes, again, thank you for the question. As you probably noted, the Transportation Department has no concerns with the application. And this is in large part because of the transportation report that was filed March 25, 2022. This facility is a showroom. They will require the outfitting of the showroom. There is an existing facility now that is operated by this owner on leased premises just 2 blocks down the road on King Street. They don't have a loading facility there. They will, of course, need the ability to bring in products that they want to showcase. Those products are produced, manufactured in Quebec, and then clients would come in, they would do the final selection, and they would not leave with any products. There is no need for loading other than the occasional shuffling of the showroom, which they intend to do off-peak hours, immediately in front of the facility. Again, not interrupting any of the flow of traffic, and there's no impact on the public realm or domain. So there's, as you can see from the traffic report, I think they're anticipating one, or the existing facility on 220 King Street, this is on page 9 of the traffic report, has one monthly truck movement.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
Further
Mr.
questions?
Chairman, I had a second question, and I'm sorry I didn't ask it at the same time. Can you show me on the site plan where the 2 parking spaces that you're providing are?
Sir, I can't, because the building is entirely occupies the lot lines. If you go back to the decision, which I think I filed with the Committee of Adjustment, this is a decision that was issued on May 30th, 2022. It says 6 parking spaces would be provided on the City Boulevard. At that time, the property, the property at 8 Britton Street and the one to the west at 155 George Street were all one. They were severed in 2006. There was a variance that was granted in 2002 that says the 6 parking spots will be provided on the City Boulevard. That was the approval of the committee. Now, I can't tell you geographically, they didn't tie it down. They weren't as, I guess, as engaged in the way you condition your decisions today, which I commend you. They say 2 parking spots on the City Boulevard. Those 2 parking spots could be anywhere within the area that's identified on page 7 of the report, which shows 27 available on-street parking spots. So it's a good question. I can't give you a particular direction, but I think you can be comforted by the fact that there is no parking that will be required as a result of the city's new bylaw 89-2022.
Okay, but I'm still concerned. You're asking for a variance that will allow you to have 2 parking spaces, and it's a pretty simple question. Where are they?
Again, I think logically they'd be, well, they are on the City Boulevard. That's what the decision says, close proximity to the site. No one's been able, I've asked the city, and no one's been able to identify. There is no label on the street, 2 parking spots reserved for this facility. Now, again, that variance is required because someone appealed bylaw 89-2022 on a site-specific basis. If there was no appeal on that bylaw, which was enacted by council in February of 2022, you would not see this variance. And this variance, frankly, disappears in about another month because the city and the sole appellant have negotiated a settlement.
Okay, I guess we need the Deputy Secretary Treasurer to give us some advice, because we've got a variance that requires 2 parking spaces and nobody can tell us where they are. And there aren't any designated spaces for this use in the area, so I don't actually know how to deal with this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe the questions should go back to the applicant. So a zoning review was done based on a set of plans. And the zoning review came back stating, number 1, no accessible parking spaces, and number 2, 2 parking spaces. So did those plans show parking on site? Because if they were completely on City Boulevard, then this variance should actually read, in this case, 0 parking spaces will be provided.
Yes, and if you look at the notice that was issued, it says exactly that. The notice that was issued says that as an advisory note, this is on item number 3 on the zoning notice. As an advisory note, 0 parking spaces are required.
Sorry, but we're not looking at the advisory. We're looking at what the variances are before us today.
No,
and the zoning review did determine that 8 parking spaces are required and only 2 are being provided. So at some point, they would have been shown on a set of plans.
Well, but we don't, the set of plans that you have are for the property. The 2 parking spaces that were nominally approved by the committee in 2002 were on the City Boulevard. In fact, they've approved 8 parking spots on the city boulevard. I don't know where, but if you look at the examiner's notice that was issued on this, the reason why this variance is required because someone appealed bylaw 89-2022. In about 2 to 3 weeks from now, that variance will no longer be required because the bylaw will be in full force and effect requiring 0 parking. And that's what the notice, examiner's notice says.
Yeah,
I would have preferred that the notice that was issued by the city, would reference that, but it doesn't reference it. And this is why I have to have this debate with you or the discussion.
Well, we understand that situation around the bylaw. However, the variance now reads 2 parking spaces will be provided for the commercial uses, and the plans are not showing parking on site. So that's the concern that we're running into at this point, that, the variance doesn't match the plans.
Yep.
And in fact, maybe that variance needs to read, no parking will be provided on site, which actually makes the variance worse, and then it's an automatic deferral for recirculation.
Okay, let's, I'll give you one final comment on this applicant, and then we'll take it into committee. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. The zoning examiner provided a 2 parking credit. It's not going to be required in a week or 2. And if I was
You've made that
to
point.
defer-
Okay, we know
Yes,
the
thank
point.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's take this application into committee, and we can move toward a motion, and we can discuss this issue around minor variance number 2. Any comments or thoughts on variance number 2? Mr. Nipfel, go first.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we can deal with this today because we don't know where the 2 spaces are, and having no designated spaces, notwithstanding what the bylaw says, I don't think we can deal with it. I think the best that we can do is defer the application, and if the applicant's corrected in 2 weeks, he wouldn't need the variance, then he could withdraw it. But I don't see how we can deal with this today, so I would be in favor of a deferral.
Other thoughts on this solution here, panel members? Mr. Byatt, yes?
I'd like to concur with Mr. Nipfel as well. I think it's hard to deal with something that, on the one hand, we're asked for a variance and you can't see it. It doesn't make any sense. And I understand the applicant's perspective that in 2 weeks' time it may not be, but we don't know that for certain or what that might read at that point. So I'll also be in favor of a deferral.
I think I've come around to that opinion too. At first I was thinking we changed number 2 to read 0 spaces will be provided, but maybe we're better to simply defer the application.
But if we change it to 2 spaces, we have to recirculate, so it's a deferral anyway.
Right. So what's the better way to go in terms of ease
No,
for
I'm
the
just saying,
applicant?
I don't think we can change variance number 2 to 0 parking and proceed. I think if we change it to 0 parking, then it has to be re-notified. There has to be a new notification. So I don't think we have any alternative but to defer.
Would you like to move a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move a deferral of this application for the applicant to clarify, excuse me, variance number 2 and the location of the required parking spaces, if there are any required spaces.
Is there a second to that motion? Mr. Byatt seconds. It is moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry a deferral of the application. The application is deferred. And panel moves along to number 18. Panel moves to number 18, 68 Glencrest Boulevard. And on 68 Glencrest, on 68 Glencrest, we have before us applicant materials, an arborist report, staff report urban forestry, and 3 form letters in support 74, 77, and 78 Glencrest. We'll ask the applicant to join us now, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
We do hear you. Please state your name.
Yes, my name is Arben Spati. I'm the agent for the owner.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel members, do we have questions for the agent? I'm not hearing any. So that being the case, agent, is there any one thing we should know about your application that you want to tell us?
No, I have nothing to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look then for, let's take it into committee then for a motion. I'll look to panel for a motion. Mr. Clay, go ahead.
Sure, thanks, Chair. I think this is a very straightforward application, particularly given the juxtaposition of the lot relative to a major arterial route. If you look in behind, there's an auto body shop and a gas station. I don't think the proposed changes to the house would have a negative impact at all, given that it's a corner lot as well. I thought it was a modest addition, makes good use of the lot and lot configuration. Fairly straightforward. I don't think it would have any negative impact on the neighborhood at all. So I'm happy to, unless my colleagues have something they want to add, I'm happy to move a motion to approve this application subject to forestry condition 1 and 2.
Thank you. Does that motion have a second? It is seconded, Mr. Cheng. Moved and seconded to approve, subject to forestry. Show of hands, please, all those in favor. That's a unanimous vote. Motion carried, application approved. Thank you. Number 19, 73 Boosted Ave. Before us are applicants submitted materials and comment from Transportation Services and a staff report from Urban Forestry. Let's have the agent on this one join us by stating your name, please.
Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Nelson Espinola, agent for this application.
Very good. Nelson, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Well, Mr. Chairman, our proposal entails the conversion of the existing 3-story detached dwelling from 2 to 4 units, and addition to the front and rear of the 3rd story. That's basically what our proposal is. In addition, of course, to the rear stairs on all levels, that would serve as a fire exit for the building.
Okay. Very good. Panel members, are there, we have a number of speakers registered in opposition we'll be hearing from. Panel members, any questions at this stage? Not hearing any. Let's go then to the first speaker in opposition.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please tell us your name.
Yes, Linda Rodegard. I'm at 75 Boosted Avenue, so I'm a neighbor to 73. I've been here since 1987. I'm not quite that old.
Okay.
Yes, so old, but not that old. Anyway,
okay.
You have the site plan up. I'm getting a lot of echo here. I don't know if that can be turned off, but I'll try to not pay attention to it. On the site plan, there are 2 mistakes that I want to point out right away. 75 Boosted Avenue is a 2-story brick dwelling. It's not a 2.5-story. And 73 is a 2.5-story brick dwelling. It is not a 3-story. So those are 2 mistakes that should be corrected. I want to also point out on that page that the lot size is 33 by 96. And I know that it doesn't seem to be clear how deep it is, and it's measured in meters. I'm pointing out the foot and meter difference because when I look at the key in the bottom right-hand corner, I'm looking at things that are both metric and feet. So I've converted the metric to feet because I understand that better. The first floor area is 1,288.1556, if you get precise. The second floor area is the same. And the third floor area, as proposed, is 968 for a total of 3,544.31. Now that's in feet. I'm going to come back and talk to that in a minute, but I first want to point out that the rear yard area has been very difficult for me to determine. I know it's small, and I can't quite figure out how the backyard has been figured out, but they have down for the soft landscape provided in feet, and I converted that to meters. It's 68 meters. They're proposing 4 units. And if you convert that, that's 1.7 meters per unit, which is pretty small, maybe a bit too small. So those are my concerns on the first page.
Linda?
Yes?
Pardon me, your concerns are, can you tell us the impact, the actual nature of your concern is with respect to
So
to
that
what?
is going to go to, yeah, that's going to go to the requested variances because we're looking at a small area, a very small footprint for the lot size or the site, and a very large ask for the built part. So that takes us to the requested variances. And the maximum permitted height is 10 meters. The altered dwelling height will be 10.38. So I point out that 75 is a 2-story, 73 is a 2.5-story, and they're adding a lot of 3rd story that will have an impact on the 2nd story at number 75. So the request for a greater variance is going to have a bigger impact on my particular property, which, as I said, is 2-story. There'll be more overlook or whatever it is that you call it. The impact of adding to the 3rd story is to increase the intensity of the built structure. So they're asking for, going back to the city of Toronto, 40% of the site should be built structure. These particular duplexes have very large footprints. They're 0.69 times the total area. And they're asking for 1.12 times the total area. So they're basically asking for an additional 40% to something that's already had an additional 50% on. So this is a huge infrastructure on a very small lot with very small backyard for 4 units. So that's how the lot size and so on relates to what we're talking about. I think it's a big ask in terms of height and in terms of intensity. Plus you add in that the basement is going to be reconstructed or is proposed for reconstruction. And you're getting just, as I said, 1.7 meters per unit. And how many people will be living
I'll
there?
ask you now for your final comment, please.
Okay, my final comment is there is no parking. There are trees, if you look again on the site plan, that impact both 75 and on Indian Road, overhangs there. And we didn't hear what the urban forest report was about.
Your time is up
Those
now.
trees are
Thank
causing
you.
problems.
Linda, your time is up now. Thank you. Any questions for this speaker panel? Let's go to the next one.
Hi, Jeff. You've been unmuted.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. You're a little soft. Please state your name, please.
Yes, sir. It's Jeff Garner speaking. My wife, Michelle Tweedy, and I live at 71 Boosted. We've been here for 14 years.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to tell us the impact of how you're concerned about this application affecting you.
How it affects me? Well, there's a few impacts. So as the previous speaker outlined in significant detail, the requested variances are egregious relative to the bylaws, specifically 1 and 3, right, where we're looking at a permitted secondary suite usage maximum of 45% or 165 square feet, and this proposal asks for 247 square meters. So 247 square meters relative to 165 square meters is a 50% increase above the bylaw. So that doesn't feel like a minor variance to me. That feels like a rather egregious plan. Similarly, bylaw number three, as it pertains to the requirements to extend the structure at the back of the home. We're asking here for a 60% increase. This 1.12 relative to the 0.69. So these to me are large numbers. So yeah, the impact to me and my family is on a few fronts. I'm concerned that with this build up and build out in a property of such footprint on such a small lot that's clearly not fit for purpose for a 4-unit investment property. I'm concerned about sun. I'm concerned about sight lines. I'm concerned about privacy. If access at the back of the proposed build, if there's frequent access in between the homes, I'm very concerned about privacy. We have a window facing west that would really make for frequent eye contact with tenants passing back and forth between the houses. So I am concerned about just the size of the property on the lot. The lot is not fit for this purpose. And I'm all for density. I live in a city. I get it. We need to build density. But this lot does not accommodate a 4-unit proposal. Yeah, and I'm also concerned about precedent. I mean, I've been on this call since we started this morning, and there's been a lot of references to comparable designs and builds, and that becomes a concern of mine. If this becomes a standard on the street, where these ratios are approved, it absolutely will change the aesthetic of the street. Another concern is parking. I'm fortunate that I have parking on my lot, but I'm concerned for my neighbors and friends on the street who are already competing for parking spots that they rely on. Parking is at a premium on this street, and a 4-unit build here, right, per 0.4 in the hearing notice indicates that 3 spots would be the requirement. So there's 0 available, and with 4 units with 2 bedrooms per unit, I mean, we can estimate that there could be anywhere from 0 to 8 or more cars that would be attached to this property. So that becomes a significant concern too. The lack of parking and the potential for increased parking on the street.
Thank you very much. Okay, panel, any questions here? Nope, not hearing any. Let's go on then to moderator. Do we have other speakers standing by?
Yes, just one more.
Thank you very much.
Paul, you've been unmuted.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Am I there?
You are here.
Yeah, am I there now? Hello?
Hello. State your name,
Thank you,
please.
son.
State your name.
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello? This is Paul Click.
We hear you, Paul.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, yeah, it's Paul Click. I'm at 283 Indian Road. My backyard butts right against this backyard,
Paul?
which is only, yes?
Just a moment, please. Okay, so I'm not sure why, but your voice, we're getting some extra noise around your voice, and I think maybe your volume's up too high or something. But try it again now. Try it again. Maybe speak a little softer so we can understand you better.
And can you hear me now? Is that better?
It's still fuzzy. Is there anything
Can you
do
turn it
you
on?
have anything there that do you have a device turned on that's giving feedback?
Is there a phone number I can phone in?
I think we'll go ahead with it. It's good enough we can understand. If you
Is
go
there a phone
slowly,
number?
go slowly.
Oh, come on, really?
Go ahead. We hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead. You just go slowly.
Hello, Paul.
Maybe you can phone me on, if you can hear me, can you phone me on one of my phone contacts? I have 416-908-8629 is my cell number.
Okay, we're going to
Hello?
try that.
Hello?
Hi, Paul. Hello, Paul.
Hello?
Welcome to WebEx.
Hello?
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 Hi, Paul. He hung up. Through you, Mr. Chair, we're going to try one more time.
That's very good. We're going to see if we can reestablish contact with this speaker. So we just.
Hello? Hello?
Hello,
Hello?
Paul.
Am I back on committee?
You're
Yes.
with the committee now. State your name, please.
Okay, it's Paul Click. I'm at 283 Indian Road. My backyard abuts onto the property we're talking about.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, and you're clear as a bell now. Go ahead, please. Tell
Okay.
us the impact
Yeah,
of this application.
Again, I agree with the last two neighbors about the impact that it would have on the neighborhood, and also my main concern of turning this 2-unit into a 4-unit is the main fire escape in the back. If they're going to make a fire escape for a 4-unit, they should do it properly and have it enclosed. Right now, they got balconies with staircases that are overlooking my backyard, which is 20 feet away from their backyard, and putting fences or opaque thing on the side isn't going to work. I still won't get any privacy. This is a complete intrusion on the privacy, and it's taken away from the original architecture of the building. And then having a 3rd floor deck overlooking all of my backyard and the back of my house is another invasion of my privacy. The architecture, if anything, the balcony should have been on the front of, if they were going to put a 3rd floor up there, which I hope they're not going to be doing. And as for the parking, I have hard enough time parking my vehicle on the road, especially during the winter. And so here we have extra units plus with, now we have the main floors are 3 bedrooms each, and then the basement, and then the top. So we're going anywhere from 3 parking spots being dislocated, not allowed, to who knows how many more each tenant will have. So I find this just a very big intrusion on the privacy of my property and of the neighbors. So I'd like to see it declined, and what they're asking for is 68% over, as in the variance of number 1, and then same thing with the variance number 3. They're asking too much for all this. And like I said, if they were going to do it properly, I wish they had consulted the neighbors. I didn't get a hold of them. I haven't been able to get a hold of them because I have a discussion about their tree that's they're going to have to deal with us on, and they've been unable to get a hold of. So we can't even talk to them about the tree that's encroaching our property. How are we going to talk to them about the neighbors and all these new tenants that we can't even get a hold of this company that's coming into our neighborhood? And that's about all I could say right now.
Well, thank you. Panel questions here? No, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Was he the final speaker, moderator?
Yes.
Okay. So we've heard from the speakers in opposition. We're going to circle back now to the agent, who will have a chance to respond in rebuttal to the issues raised by these 3 speakers. Go ahead, agent.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. With regards to the gross floor area of the building, we are only increasing the floor area by approximately 42 square meters. The building as it stands is almost 1 times the lot area. So it's a small increase up on the 3rd floor of approximately 42 square meters. With regards to the overall height of the building, we're not exceeding the height of what the existing building is right now. We're within the existing height, but we are rebuilding the roof, and this is why this variance comes around. But the height is what's there right now. As far as the rear landscaped area, where the bylaw requires a minimum of 50% of the rear portion, and we're at 84. So we are within the bylaw in terms of rear landscaped area. There was an issue of privacy that was raised as well. We'll be happy to incorporate some privacy screens. We should have no problems with that. With regards to parking, well, we are very close to Roncesvalles, which is in close proximity to public transit. And we are also 3 blocks south of Bloor Street, which also has public transit. So I don't anticipate that all tenants will be driving cars. Most of them probably won't. And there's street parking available in the street as well. So those are the answers to the questions that were raised.
Thank you very much. Okay. I'm going to begin the questions, and then Mr. Nipfel will go follow me. Okay, so I didn't exactly get your comment. You made a comment about variance number 3, the FSI. Could you tell us the existing FSI is already over and above the 0.69? Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Could you tell us what the existing FSI is? What?
It's 0.98. 0.98.
0.98. So
area of the lot.
Okay, so you're going from 0.98. You're asking to go up to 1.12. And how about I think the neighbors were concerned, I think, about coverage. How about coverage? Does lot coverage changed at all, or is the footprint of the building remaining the same?
The footprint of the building remains the same. There's no increase in coverage.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The objectors indicated that they've been trying to get in touch with you and they can't get in touch with you and that there has been no consultation. Could you speak to that, please?
I think that they were trying to contact the owner, not myself personally. The owner does not live at this address. I'm not, but nobody ever tried to contact me personally.
But if you're before a committee for an application for variance, the normal requirement is that you consult with those people most impacted. So you didn't have any consultations with the neighbors?
I did not personally, but I do believe that the owner would have done that.
Well, obviously he didn't, because people haven't been able to get in touch with him.
Yeah, that I cannot comment on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just a quick one again. While you mentioned that the variances all relate to the existing footprint, the staircase at the back, now that goes beyond the footprint, presumably. Is that a necessity required by fire code?
I believe it is, but if it isn't, then we will not be building that fire escape.
Well, my question to you would be, is it or isn't it?
I think it's necessary, yes, as a second means of exit.
Thank you.
Mr. Clay.
Yeah, just in terms of, so you're now proposing to have 4 units. So I take it the main floor, second floor are accessed from the front. How is the new unit on the 3rd floor getting accessed?
It's getting access from the front as well.
Okay, from inside, like?
There's a stairway that leads all the way up to the 3rd floor.
Okay, so and the basement apartment?
Basement apartment is from the front as well.
Okay.
And we also have a rear stair at the back.
Okay, so the primary access to all proposed 4 units is from the front. The staircase and access in the rear is principally building code, fire code related for emergency access.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. Okay. I think we're ready to take this application into committee. Moving toward a motion. Any discussion? Anybody wants to do an advance? Go ahead, please. Who'd like to speak first? Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not be supporting this application. I think for the reasons that have been mentioned by those in opposition, this is a huge imposition on their privacy. As the first lady or the second lady that spoke indicated, there's a very small rear yard, which places this stairway at the back, which is for fire exit, right, very close to existing houses. And I would argue it seriously impacts the privacy of those houses. Each floor has a deck, notwithstanding it's small, but if it was a single balcony all by itself, we'd be putting screening on it. And then on the top deck, of course, is more substantial and needs screening. I think to use a term that was suggested by one of the appellants, I think this is a case of too much building on too small a lot. And I think the implications are very egregious for those people surrounding, particularly relative to their privacy. So I will be unable to support the application.
Other comments, Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. First, I wanted just to thank everyone who called in, and some have been waiting to speak for upwards of almost 5 hours. So your patience is appreciated, your input is appreciated. I'm going to take a little bit of a different view on this one than my colleague. I look at this as, first, in my view, the actual additional construction on the third floor is comparatively modest. I think the agent indicated that it is a modest increase in FSI from roughly 1 to roughly 1.2 or 1.12. So that's, in my view, that's a modest addition in a neighborhood where they are fairly large homes on fairly large lots. But my major, I guess, observation on this one is this is a location which is about a 3-minute walk to Roncesvalles, about a 5-minute walk to High Park, probably a 10-minute walk to Bloor subway. In my view, this is a location which is ideal for more density, ideal for more rental, and for folks who want to live in this neighborhood, a real opportunity to live in a neighborhood with a significant number of amenities that can accommodate additional rental. I do understand that the concerns from the neighbors. I'm not sure I agree with all of them. And I don't think that the actual amount of new add onto this building is significant and would represent a major negative impact on the neighborhood as a whole. So contrary to my colleagues, I think I can support it for those reasons.
Thank you. Any further comment? Mr. Cheng first, Mr. Byatt second.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I tend to agree with Mr. Clay, Larry Clay. I've been looking mostly on the site plan and the elevations. I think, I mean, the expansion on the third floor is been shown the existing profile and the proposed profile of the new roof. I think is very modest. It's kind of offset from the main street, so I don't think there's a problem. And the height they are requesting for the variance is also acceptable. I think based on what I've been hearing from the neighbors is the parking, which is the first thing they're very concerned about. I really don't think these units will bring in a lot of parking requirement for a rental property like that, and the proximity to the main roads. I think people living in this area will mostly take public transit for this size of unit. And then the staircase, I agree that it will create a lot of privacy issue if we don't add privacy screens. So if I'm going to support this application, I would strongly recommend to add privacy screens so that the privacy of the neighbors can be protected.
Thank you very much. Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to round this off, I'm in agreement with both Mr. Clay and Mr. Chan. The piece that I would like to see is, I think, as Mr. Chan just alluded to, is that the staircase at the rear have some form of screening. I'm just looking at the second floor plan, for example. There is a notation of 42-inch high glass guard. I'm not sure if that's a wraparound for the entire staircase, but I'd like to see a condition applied whereby the staircase and the deck at the top has some privacy screening, so that the neighbor who spoke last, I believe, at least his property is one that doesn't have this overlook, as well as the two adjacent properties.
Okay. For my part on this application, when I understood that the existing FSI is 0.98 and we're moving to 1.12, my concerns were really looked after, and in that the footprint is essentially the same. I'm also able to support this one, so that's where I would be going. I'd look to someone now to come forward with a motion, and let's see how that goes. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give it a crack. I'd like to propose approval of this application. I believe there is a forestry condition number 2. I would also like to add the condition of screening for the entirety of, I'm not sure how to word this, but for the staircase at the rear from top to bottom, that at least for the upper floors, that there be screening applied to allow for privacy for neighbors.
Okay, you're going to need to be specific on that one. So on what,
Okay.
floors 2 and 3 you want screening?
I think it's floors 2 and 3 that there be screening on
what
both
height?
south, east. Both, I would imagine it's the southeast and west sides to 1.5 meters.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? That motion is seconded. Mr. Chang. Okay, it is moved and seconded to approve the application. Those in favor, please show hands. Those opposed? Let the record show that Mr. Nipfel was in dissent. The motion is carried and the application is so approved. Thank you. And that brings us now to number 20 on the agenda, which is the final element, or final item on this morning's agenda. On this application, we have before us submitted materials, photographs from February, covering letter from August 3rd, correspondence from Metrolinx. We have staff report from Urban Forestry, and there are 6 form letters in support from 6 addresses on Ontario Street. Let's have the applicant join us now, please, by stating your name.
You hear me?
Good morning.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you. State your name, please.
Good, great, thank you. It's Monica Kuhn. I'm the architect and agent for the owners.
Very good. Good afternoon. Panel members, any questions to put to the agent? Agent, is there any one thing about your application you would like us to know?
Only one?
Just one thing. Yeah, we're not asking for a presentation. Just is there anything about the application that you think is unusual or that wouldn't be apparent otherwise? Go ahead.
Well, we are demolishing an existing one-story rear addition, which was not built very well, no proper foundations, and we're proposing to put in a 2-story addition. This area is under consideration for a heritage conservation district, so we're already working with Heritage on making sure that we're going to meet the requirements of the guidelines for not changing the view from the street. As you said, we have 6 letters of support, including the attached neighbor to the north. We have talked with the attached neighbor to the south. He just was not comfortable signing a letter, but he is in support. And already applied for a while ago an application to Urban Forestry, so the staff report is not a problem.
Thank you. Very good.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nipfel, yes, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Monica, the rear balcony on the 2nd floor, normally we'd require a 1.5 meter opaque screen for privacy on the north and the south edges, and it's a modest little balcony and it's a modest little house. Have you thought of other ways of providing privacy that perhaps could be reflected in a motion, or would you be agreeable to a 1.5 meter screen? I don't want to move something that's imposing and overpowers the kind of delicate nature of the building.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that it's just, I mean, it's 4 feet. It's not like there's going to be a party there. And everybody is so tight together anyway. I'm not sure it's going to be a problem, but you know, if you feel that there needs to be a higher guard on either side, then so be it.
Would you, in an earlier application, my colleague Aaron suggested that, again, it was a case of trying to respect the architecture. He suggested that maybe planters would be a good solution. Would that be a preferable solution to you?
Well, there's not really very much room for a planter that's of a certain height. So, I mean, we could maybe, I think the one that's the most being the most impacted is potentially the one on the north side, because right against the property line. So I wouldn't mind having maybe a trellis or some kind of a mesh screen on that side, but I think it would be architecturally problematic on the south side where we're really overlooking our garden more and the neighbors further away.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yep.
Let's take the application into committee for a motion. If there are any comments first, go ahead. Mr. Byatt? Oh, sorry, did you have, no, sorry, you didn't have your hand.
Carl, what about, would frosted glass be a better option? Just on the one side?
It might actually, I like the architect's idea of a trellis. I think that's actually not a bad idea at all, because you could plant, in very little space, you could plant something that climbs, a climbing vine of some sort, and it would provide the privacy and it wouldn't overwhelm the size of the balcony. So I like her idea of a trellis.
Okay, that's fine. Aaron, you're an architect. You like that?
I like that too. More greenery is better.
Excellent.
Compensating her 1% loss of the great soft landscape.
Well, why don't you go for a motion, Aaron?
Great, thank you. So I would like to support this application. So with the condition of adding the privacy screen with the trellis on the
north side, I think it is.
North side of the property at the balcony on the second floor.
Very good.
And I think there's forestry number 2 as well.
And subject to forestry condition number 2, please.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And the motion is carried, unanimous vote. Application so approved. And that brings us to the conclusion of this morning's agenda. So just for the information of persons who may be joining the hearing at this stage for the 2 o'clock portion, we've just now completed the morning portion, which began at 9:30. So the panel does need to take a break here. And
through you, Mr. Chair, staff are okay to commence at 3 p.m.
So okay, I think that'll be fine. So what we're going to do is recess until 3 p.m. That's about 50 minutes, and we'll resume at 3 p.m. on number 21, which is for Frybrook. So now in recess until 3 p.m. Thank you.